fans and am the jama yi ak haters welcome to Gambia Talent TV show you get me seen xool xalaat yu bon yi nañ ko sànni fële si mbalit gi ne li xale ndaw yi toog di ko foyee fële cause Beppa TV bu nekk si tundi Gambie gi Gambia Talent TV mooy seeni baay man One Pac maa ko wax ku ko dinaay nga def leen your boy One Pac you get me seen xool xalaat yu bon yi nañ ko sànni fële si mbalit gi ne li xale ndaw yi toog di ko foyee fële door leen di seetaan Gambia Talent promotion you get me they promoted only Gambians and this is our own thing Gambia you get me suma fans yi soo leen ma bëggee gis boy fii rek la boy si hot platform bii la boy you get me this is how we do it soo leen bëggee gis lu xew si dëkk bi ak lu warul si dëkk bi TV bii la fii fans yi and am di jama yi ak haters welcome to Gambia Talent TV show you get me seen xool xalaat yu bon yi nañ ko sànni fële si mbalit gi ne li xale ndaw yi toog di ko foyee fële cause Beppa TV bu nekk si tundi Gambie gi Gambia your boy One Pac you get me seen xool xalaat yu bon yi nañ ko sànni fële si mbalit gi ne li xale ndaw yi toog di ko foyee fële door leen di seetaan Gambia Talent promotion you get me they promoted only Gambians and this is our own thing Gambia you get me suma fans yi soo leen ma bëggee gis boy fii rek la boy si hot platform bii la boy you get me this is how we do it soo leen bëggee gis lu xew si dëkk bi ak lu warul si dëkk bi TV bii la fii fans yi and am di jama yi ak haters welcome to Gambia Talent TV show you get me seen xool xalaat yu bon yi nañ ko sànni fële si mbalit gi ne li xale ndaw yi toog di ko foyee fële cause Beppa TV bu nekk si tundi Gambie gi Gambia Talent TV mooy seeni baay you get me seen xool xalaat yu bon yi nañ ko sànni fële si mbalit gi ne li xale ndaw yi toog di ko foyee fële door leen di seetaan Gambia Talent promotion you get me they promoted only Gambians and this is our own thing Gambia you get me suma fans yi soo leen ma bëggee gis boy fii rek la boy si hot platform bii la boy you get me this is how we do it soo leen bëggee gis lu xew si dëkk bi ak lu warul si dëkk bi TV bii la fii fans yi and am di jama yi ak haters welcome to Gambia Talent TV show you get me seen xool xalaat yu bon yi nañ ko sànni fële si mbalit gi ne li xale ndaw yi toog di ko foyee fële cause Beppa TV bu nekk si tundi Gambie gi Gambia Talent TV mooy seeni baay man One Pac your boy One Pac you get me seen xool xalaat yu bon yi nañ ko sànni fële si mbalit gi ne li xale ndaw yi toog di ko foyee fële door leen di seetaan Gambia Talent promotion you get me they promoted only Gambians and this is our own thing Gambia you get me suma fans yi soo baay man One Pac maa ko wax ku ko dinaay nga def leneen comme gars yi ñu ñooy defee yaa ngi understand ñun ñoo fi ñëw xoolal di régler lu fi manqué di mutal lu fi manqué di def lu fi kenn deful
di waxtaan ak askan bi kon nag salaamaaleykum Gambia salaamaaleykum nuyuwaat leen ku nekk si turam ak santaam tey nag One Pac laa leen indil One Pac mi nga xam ne dafa toj Gambia ku nekkaan koo laajte ana One Pac Pac nag mu ngi nii gars yi nag ñu ne dafa dem mile 2 depuis buñ ko gëjee dégg ñu ngi seet si Facebook am bi ñu ngi seet WhatsApp am bi nomba yam yu ñu xam yëpp ut neen ko li duma weddeyanteeg yéen duma bugga nag ngeen toog sa Facebook bi dugaleen léegi nii sa YouTube ba ngeen ñëw seetaan ñu live and direct ñu ubbi waxtaan ba sa Gambian Talents TV ñu ubbi waxtaan ba yaatal ko bam yaatu borom ñu lay urus baa ngi nii ñu lay kaaba ji ex na xool ko ni muy def loxoom bi
coof bu yàlla
roof yow ban jën nga coof
bu yàlla roof la
jafeeti
soo amoon mbaal bu baax xooti
yëpp yow One Pac loo na ma waaye yéen jëlal leen ma One Pac tey fii nga génn
fii laa génn
Yes, Ida, today we are here at Bakau at the seaside because yesterday we went to the Bakau garden to talk to the agriculture, the ladies at the agricultural garden. Today we come to the seaside because fishery is a very important part of the development of the nation and we need to talk to the people and see what what the fishermen and the fisher ladies are doing, what are some of the things that they're going through. We'll go inside and talk to them, because lately we can hear rumors from everybody outside the street. From the Nimaba Business Show, after talking to a few Gambians in the market, they are saying the fish is lacking. They are not having fish. It is very hard to have fish. The fish is expensive. All those things, and now they need to know the answers. We want to come here where the fish is coming from and talk to the people. What are some of the challenges? Is it true that they are increasing the price of the fish, and why are they doing that? What are some of the things that they need to be done around here to make work easy for them? Follow me, Ibrahim Jambangwa. We bring you more coverage.
Isa ko muli para ko para hindi ako ano mo ulit ba. Kana balwo kala min bolon ko wala kata trolling ko na baba ko na kata trolling ko balik e bolon ko o nyen bele kente ke so mo bidamu iti amne so mo bidamu mo jibo na ba ko ka do se ni ni mane ke ni se ni ko twal like me, do not go and do not go. So near me and the so one and cooler me, I go to Gambia. Big because one interest. Because it's sumo local, and Yusupha, and calamari, and then you want to go. Yeah, time lonely. Because you are not working at the local side, cannot kill you. All I can do is balu ya anina kila ya kutoka bila balu ikaneno so soma ndio big problem sa point and start sasa jiroti aje nimesha kabili sio kwa kwa masentio kana kosa ndio hiyo ndio so niye mirantela ina mirante biwon la to mo to mare Gambia government is the one that is in Nigeria. Yes, because they are paying big money. That's why. But what big money after this tomorrow also Nigeria. Near do many of the Nigeria could show my Momaruan Lemota, what it already. Because what you like and near me can Duma and Udula the Capital of the side. Mafubama, no, Duma. And the new data by Dunia, the decade by Yukata, put them island. Or a throne, and the year can have been allowed to win the Kaduna to get a woman ladder, eating with a bamboo. When you come follow the don't know as a boy, you go to your table. Then I said, is fine, but a control, it will be another. Wabolia dama den ko corona ko na diwa nyere wudla no corona ka dan baba ko ay corona ke diwa ay do ko ko ay la tamse manina da su do ko se nin do ko de no ka so ni su te ka je lai do ko do ke ka ni ni a ko lai de fa ka ra do ko la su ba ai se So it's hard. Hard na bakal. So wala din niya dapat. Niya man so kasal. Niya ko niya sa niya man so. And the problem with Gambia, man fe accept. Luntang na niya kendo na kasamba. That's what I say. Niya kan dira problem. Niya bakala so. Niya furo ni ko sa man Gambia. Ba niya kendo ko sa. So niya bakala. So niya furo ko sa dapat. Niye kendo nasia da niye kendo nasia da ka wala ni ko kan da sun ba da tausan muta ya ke da ko ba sambal ba ni ni ko mo da bo sun mo da wa ko da sai sai ba ka mai so ni nan kan da ko wala o la tourné o kulumba wa bebo na yi barakuda snapper grupa catfish good one for akabesa sem bukan na ne fara man to ne sai mu ai shi ne ta ne lida you see anytime ni good fish on the gas good fish on the gas udu ko le magi ta wa bro masih ke ni nama ko ne ka jenda jenda tubaab yi dañ dee ñëw soo ñu dee demande jën daf dee mun a bëri nga mun a gis ne nit ñu si biir dëkk bi dañoo bëgg a jël hôtel si tamit dañoo bëgg a toog a jël restaurant si ak yeneen département yoo xamante ne ñu ngi jël si industrie yooyu nag dañ gën a yombandoo
la tour sama ndox yi ba mu jeex
ok yow si kañ la
ok bravo Ako karero ke madura o golo ke
waaw moom moo nekk ne dama koy mun a wax moom moo nekk ne boo gisee nit ñi ñu bàyyi seen dëkk yi ñuy ñëw fii nii di liggéey suñ amul lu gars yi yóbbuwaale seen dëkk yi di kon dañoo kon nag boobu nag moom soo gisee kon ñuy ñëw fii nii di liggéey dafa am lu fi nekk te tamit gaay yóbbee ñu ne luñ am ñu mën ko fii desal waaye buñ bàyyee gaay everything ñoom gaay yëpp bépp doomi réew boo gis ne yow bugga nga sa réew bugga nga sa famille bugga nga sa askan bugga nga sa boppa kon yow lu laa war a mën a teg sa njëriñ war ngaa koo mën a def parce que life njëriñ la war ngaa mën a tiim sa boppa njëriñ ko tiim sa sista njëriñ ko tiim sa parents si njëriñ ko tiim keneen koo xamante ne tamit sa am si yaa mën a tamit nga njëriñ ko waaye dafa fekk nga tamit si loo xamante ne ci biir la ak creative parce que life yi gën a motiver and without creative la soo ko déggee foog nga def dara loo xamante ne yow su dee ne lu mu tuuti tuuti daf laa andil income su dee ne day by day wala week by week wala month by month waaye nag income yow lu laa mën a benefit tuuti tuuti même génn sa bopp da nga ko war a mën a as any youth muy góor muy jigéen muy mag muy ndaw luy jëriñ bi def moo tax sama taxaw surtout ma liggéey la liggéey moom dara daaw parce que boykat yi sax mooy nañ ko am sa soxla la fa sa soxla am sa bopp yow si saa si kon boobu loolu ñëpp ay liggéey moom moo ko war a mën a jox boo war a nekk su la respecté looy liggéey moom moo tax soo amee fulla ak fayda tamit na sa dëkka looy liggéey si sa dëkka moom mooy tax waaw waaye nekkul la waaw kon daa ngeen jëf waaye laa ngi booy sax mënuma la déglu ko mu bala Sabe no mulher não foi a cuidar do menino igual o ator por ele criando o ator não foi a cuidar dele também
a cool video but it's different section as the business is the how to do you got any brand to find out you buy fish from the boat you come and sell it to have the people who take it from the boat bring it and to make bargain for the fish to bring it and sell it, you have to buy ice. When there is no ice, you have to struggle for the ice. And when do you gonna sell it before you come to you cannot keep the fish here for 3 days. Do you think that is necessary to sell that fish again? Come on, be nasty. So when you don't have a customer, you have to take it to the sun. Whereas you already buy ice, you buy fish, you lose that fish and there's no profit out of it. And there are some people who have been standing here before. I've been chatting with TV before here about the fish exportation inside to the country. It's normal because you do export it to your fellow people in the country. But the people came with the vehicle, take it outside of the country. They has to before they pay the tax to the government. These Japanese people, in 5 years coming, we will not have no fish in the country. Because the net they use is doing good for the food. They kill the small fish, the big one they tell them, the small one they put it in the ocean. If the marine soldiers can have a time, take a walk to the ocean, they be near these trawlers, let them watch how many dead fish they have been throwing, which is more than the container of the fish. They have to consider all that because they are working for the future backbones. Those are not we, it's for your chiefs. So when we have to build something for them, it has to be guaranteed so that they can find it better. Actually, I'm not benefit from it. Seaside here too, the fishing process and how the quantity of fish used to be available. Sometimes it's lack. During the rainy season time, you have kind of a big one. Right now, we might have kind of fish.
Like, you just get it from the money or do you use the fish to feed your family and you send it to your
family, some singles. But still these sick people working are singles, they all are responsible because they have family, they are the little family. When they work, maybe some early end of the month, they need to go and join with the family to give something to them. They have a problem, they call you just looking forward to and give to the family. And all that, you just got it from this little small place. But we thank God we have these people here coming to renovate your house for a couple of years. It is very important and necessary. And there is a benefit for the people who have to do it. Right now, we have no confidence. I have no confidence that I can believe here. These people went in already. And where we are here, they have to run all these places to work with us. So, how it will be easy? Where are we going to be? So, maybe we can be paid on site or not. Let the customers still has to know that. When they don't find the boys here, let them know that they are the paper. They can take a walk anytime they can fix.
Yeah, and you talk about preservation, like you have there, you can keep that with your fish. Like when you get it from the last 3 to 4 days, you have to just celebrate so that everyone will use one. So is the government doing anything to make sure that a good preservation system to be done?
Yeah, I think that is this people coming over here to do this organization for the project here, because these people are working for those kind of issues. So that when the fish is available, they will let us to buy. If it is remain, they shall buy it and take it to the cold store. If we need it back, we can go to them and buy it again and come and sell it at the price which will favor us. And still, the fishermen have profit, the people working under them will have profit, and themselves will have their profit because they have to produce the ice plant to the cold store. So I think that is a good step for the people working here. If the process goes through, but this is not players like the company.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Abraham Lincoln, thank you. Ibrahim Lincoln, isa po nung muli ko
kami sama waktu sama positif because most people know kami do po dia semua dan kami akan berjaya kita connect Oke, apa possible ni kasih lena? Because regular kaya le mo na ni sama lagi apa ni share na mungkin ni kan ni wapi. Ale tu ni sama mo ya kan saya awak kan saya. Because I block on ni dia le ni la profit. Ni sama tu ni profit ni. So, orang problem. Ni ala yang terkena makul ni kriminal sebenarnya alam dia alam terkena non sebagai dia kriminal
semua pengadil sama itu ada tujuh ni
mostly ni seasonal bawa dia tapos sa ilang yung seasonal po yung restaurant ng kayo sama ako nung anyway alhamdulillah wala tayo sa night mostly seasonal po
orang lain pada umum sini dan juga kita berkumpul dengan sini dan dulu di di na di versi na ni di ko bari malo ko di ko ba ni ko sa ko ang istabal di ata ko na sa iya
funding care, no? Funding care na pamgo. Mas funding care na tungtingin ka bangko di ba? Ang funding care man do di sa bangko di ba? So mo bela test dahil ay hindi na nangyari ito ng funding care na kung kapunin mo ito na yung bojo nila dili hindi nila yung sanala yung paso sa Hindi na miro niya jo nebin tolman nebin di buwas because ne dobe tela jam tol mata na niya kasama so tol panan dino ni so tol mata pa eta lot of issues and the near Indila Dam more video niya ya kita like no kemo mo ya niya nada na kung saan magkuhan
Mansour mata decision juga ada. Yang jafe-jafe ngeen di am si géej bi fii nii ak naka
mu yokk mooy li daan amee noonu quoi parce que géej bi dafa commencé yàqu parce que fi mu toll nii problème yi commencé waaw loolu mooy suñu jafe-jafe.
yan benefit ngeen di am si place bi ngeen nekk di liggéey yan benefit ngeen di am.
waaw ça dépend rek parce que mënoo ne bis bu nekk dina saa yi da ngay am tuuti dina saa yi nga am lu bari yeneen saa yi nga
ban message nga amal xale yi nga xam ne ñu ngi toog fale def dara ñu ne Gambie amul benn liggéey ban message nga amal ñooñu.
waaw xam nga nit ku nekk ak sa soirée ak li nga bëgg a def mais tamit foo mën di nekk rek yàlla mën na la jox sa wërsëg daal waaw mais ñun moom demuñu dikkuñu moom dañu njaboot bi ñu ngi toog daal sant yàlla bu baax.
ban message tamit nga amal government bi ñi nga xam ne comme ñoo nekk di Uma all boss of all the department ban message nga amal ñooñu tamit ban message nga amal.
waaw xam nga message bi ma am daal mooy ñu jéem a.
listen benefit ngeen di am fii nii.
ñun bénéfice la ñuy am.
waaw
bénéfice bi day dépendre si géej gi rek. saa bu ñu demee géej gi neex am bu ñu demee géej gi naqari rek. waaw te dana amoon tamit dana wàññi ndax bateau yi dafa dépassé si géej gi. dafa dépassé. li ñu daan jaayee 10 ñu koy jaayee léegi am na yàlla parce que daal.
loolu dafa mel ni bokk na si jafe-jafe yi ngeen daan fiis fii nii. ndax loolu rek a nekk jafe-jafe yi.
waaw pour man boobu moo gën a nekk jafe-jafe si man quoi. bateau yi limité wul kenn xamul bateau yi daal dañu bëri trop si géej gi daal dañu koy wàcc loolu dafa nekk ñu ci géej gi lañu yaakaar beneen affaire la daal.
si sa biir waxtaan ma dégg nga ne jën bi dem koo wanteer waaye da ngaa gis suñu yaay suñu demee marché dañoo jooy ñu ne marché bi amul jën.
waaye dañu dem Banjul dañu dem Banjul bu ñu demee Banjul ñun li ñu leen di wax ni yëpp daañu ko gis foofu parce que lépp lu ñuy wax rek dafa am nekkul ay waxu hasard yi ñuy wax
loolu dafa am boo demee fan xool bato yi day jën yëpp la ñuy ramassé di ko napp di ko peese nekk na comme ça ñu si amoon numéro daal ñu jël daal
ban message nga amal nguur
waaw nguur gi moom message bi ma koy amal moom mooy man message bi ma koy amal mooy ñun li ñu intéressé mooy géej ñun géej la ñu ñu amoon bu ñu si dimbali daal dinañ jël quoi vraiment.
all right.
Now, and talking to these people that are venturing into fishing, they talk to us and tell us what are some of the challenges and how did they get this to how and what are some of the things that they need to be done, because you know, talking to them, you can hear this man saying fishing is
siroto yolu fanali bulolu siti le bang ko ye nyimmo fula dolu bulo siti nyamim bang fo ye mune jije
na ko siroto e sitile because ibe sirin nyamete ibe sirin moto e kodi ibe sirin ten e ko be diri moto a nyatlinte ko be tirinte bari be jimirin komi mo be jimirin ten.
According to my observation, all of their hands were tied because as they were sitting, they are giving their backs to the vehicle and they were bended.
Yeah, manjang be moto koma, manjang dama selto moto koma.
And Manjang was on that pickup behind with them.
So after Bora Koli's vehicle, which vehicle was next in the convoy?
Bora Koli la moto kola, moto jumale be no ma convoy o nyinkono.
Bailo la moto.
Bailo's vehicle followed.
And who were the occupants of Bailo's vehicle?
Jumanyole be Bailo la moto kono.
Malik be selling coma and Michael Korea.
Malik and Michael Korea were behind that vehicle.
Including Bailo himself, correct?
Including by his driver.
Bailo found. Yes.
Which one was the next vehicle in the convoy?
Kola moto jumale be fanambe wolu no ma convoy o nyinkono.
Ndola moto.
Our vehicle.
And was it the same individuals, Solo Bojang, the driver Sam Bubaro, Seni Jame, and you?
For ateo mo kilongolom itening driver Sam Bubaro aning itanyo kotangola nite fang wa atel drone be moto kono bang.
Yes.
Can you tell us where these 4 vehicles went?
Afanya nyi moto na no lutata dame.
Funtita ne.
We came out.
Ndola moto lebe koma.
Our vehicle was behind.
Bari betaka ne ngadomando man nkofta.
We were going slowly and then we took a bend and got onto the main highway.
Ngamkungotiling kata coastal Senegambia coastal road kata Brikama kata Pokanilai.
We headed through the coastal road to Brikama and eventually to Kanilai.
And this would have been still around 3 a.m., maybe 4 a.m.
3, yeah.
Wala mindi council ko nyimbe kala talan sabalti kata talan nani kang.
Yes. It would be at that time.
When you arrived in Kanilai, where did you go?
Dal futata Kanilai. Altata minto.
Tata fo futata Kanilai Johnson or Jamengo Bedame.
We went until we got to Kanilai at the junction, just where you have the mosque.
La Jamen Babedame.
Where the big mosque is.
Silo Bobe Jamengo Balaje Kaji.
There is one feeder road by the side of the mosque. The vehicles headed in the direction of that feeder road.
When you say the vehicle was on the side of the mosque, was it on the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the mosque?
Jamengola Buluba Mafong. Jamol ala Buluba Mafong, Silo Boleto.
The feeder road is on the right of the mosque.
At this point, had you already passed the residence in Kanilai?
In Tembek, fo yatar lebang altambita bumba in Kanilai je.
Ali sate kono le nyinti.
No, this was inside the village.
comme ni na nang ne kanela longi futa fo itata fo nyaato jame ikay nyaati lin jame wala rekino ye if you know marala thing pour que taya jamela ma fangola.
If you know Kanilai properly, once you get inside until you pass the mosque, then you head towards Yame's place.
So you were headed towards Yaya Jammeh's residence? Or did you take a different direction?
We took another road. We did not go straight to Yame's residence. There is another road behind. That road leads to another village which they call Bambarang.
So ntol kabiri nara na foje ntola muto ente ko nten bari ntol mu odli ntol tata escort la so nko samubara ko ete ntol mako le ntol jindi bang.
So when we came up to this spot, I said since we were orderlies and we only went on a different mission, I told the driver Sambo Baro, can you please help us so that we could alight?
Solo ko hani akai ko kani mbitang aka file mbitang.
Solo said to him, no, you used to call him my in-law.
Akai ko mbitang ni mol noma.
He said to him, my in-law, follow these individuals.
At that time, what was Solo Bojang's position?
He was in front of the vehicle.
No, I meant within the military structure. What was his position at the time?
Amira lieutenant or captain or Amira?
I think he was either a lieutenant or a captain.
That was his rank at the time. Did he have any specific responsibilities? Or any specific assignment at that time?
Because kabrin benaka ako betala namul fenkela ngamra umul the other patrol team fenko nyinga ngama watu ate mu jongula la fenkolti.
Because when we were coming, he said he was going to his people. So I think at that time he was part of the jungler team.
And so the people who were in the convoy were members of the junglers, as far as you know.
Yes, at that time their team was the junglers.
And how did you know that the name of the team was the junglers?
Because what we know it all.
Because that time they
told the Malekatu, EKJ told the Malekatu Fenkela uniform also female world.
They were the only ones who used to put on a particular uniform which was black.
Can you describe the uniform?
Uniform akenya fonyaba.
And for when you fintale nick.
This uniform is black, completely black.
Was it a black shirt or a black T-shirt, for instance?
Dondika buluri dondika fingole mubang fodu fanamu T-shirt fingolet.
Ninkamda ko kachi coming so anin sojaro len fomo e be karal nya kilingolong bare kakilong.
His khaki is the same pattern as military uniform.
But it was all black?
Bari abebe findin.
Yes.
Was there anything different about their shoes?
Ila sama tolu fo fembijele me fatam fanzonati.
At the time that I was in Kanilai, there was no other person who had those type of weapons except those people in that group.
So continue telling us what happened when you either entered or went past Bambarang village.
Saying afonyeng muneketa brali tententa katambi Bambarang sate ola.
Mantambi Bambarang Satela.
We did not go past Bambarang village.
Silo nyimbe ni kanelalo ya jamela kankango ala kankango la kata southern part mafongola.
If you know Kanilai properly, just as you get into Yaya Jame's garden, moving towards the Kasama's end.
Kasamas mafongola silo nying asilo nyimbijer wale kata wo sate e coming for Bambarang.
And that road is the one that leads to this village called Bambarang.
Asilo nyingi katale kadung ay ka wulo sotole wati do ka ibuka ala gadino ibuka ala kankango je fenso nyinje abeka ke abe mulo le konoti.
But that road passed through some bushy area, and at times you are unable to see his garden.
Ngaji ko moto bortale fo maybe na miraloto maybe because mulo kono silo long maybe ngaji ko abe 10 or 13 minutes nyong borlale.
According to my own observation, I realized that the vehicle ran up to perhaps 10 or 13 minutes.
Then motor lota.
And then the vehicles stopped.
After any motor lota, ni suto long ikalampo jele.
You know, when vehicles stop in the night, usually you will see the lights.
Dola motor fana lota.
Our vehicle also stopped.
Do you know the name of the area where the vehicle stopped?
Man jelon because ntenene man tani ka brimbe kanelai nka taji o ma fongola bare nene man o ma fongolong wo silonying.
I don't know that place because even while I was in Kanilai, we used to go on to those areas, but I've never been to this place.
Tell us what happened after the vehicle.
Solo ndol be moto mi kono solo jita ko alsi moto kono awole fo.
So Solo alighted. So for us in our vehicle, Solo told us to sit tight in our vehicle.
So ajita atata.
So he alighted and went.
So ndol sita jembe moto kono mam tadula.
So we sat inside the vehicle. We did not go anywhere.
But motor be fatale.
But
na motor fatale.
But all of the vehicles, their engines were put off.
Then bije for ngameranga 30 minutes nyon soto leje mbe lorinje.
So we were there, the vehicle standing there. I think we probably were there for about 30 minutes.
Then bije rek nga kido kuma xamul moy.
Then all of a sudden we had a gunshot.
Munta kontila no how many times kido nying kumata nyami kan wato
I cannot recall for how many times there were gunshots. I cannot recall that.
So ameta rek nga fenko moy because soldier of fair along PGL seloning PGL selo.
After some time we had a PGL shell. As a soldier you would be able to tell.
PGM. Can you tell us what that stands for?
PGM lombam for PGL wala koto mumuneti.
PGL personal grenade launcher.
PGL personal grenade launcher.
Please continue.
Continue.
So biringa o ma xaw moy rek tol ak ma xaw ñi sembo wata len tol njita moto kono.
So once we had the sound of the PGL, because the sound was a heavy sound, so we alighted from our vehicle. So we came down and we made some movements this way.
Buba Jallo fenke atondi Buba Jallo mi fenke wo fanam be loring ala moto bala ala moto be nyato.
Buba Jallo's driver was also standing in front of his vehicle.
Data fo nyama fo baylo be lorin dame.
We went like that until where Bailo was standing.
Still now kidol be kumakang, selol be kumakang.
Still now there was gunshot. There were sounds of shells being fired.
So
I was standing together with Bailo, and Bailo said to me that he said to me in Wolof, Saika. He came to me and said, Saika, that today is a very serious day.
So I told him,
I also said to him, well, I don't also know why we are here.
So still now, still
now, the cells were still exploding.
Around maybe 1 hour and a half, maybe a 5 months.
We took a long time there. We took a long time there, maybe 1 hour and a half time. We were there up to maybe around 5.
For how long did you hear the gunshots?
Aliyo kidikamu mwe we wati jelleta.
Kinikamu milmang saribake nga wolman jamfa bare selol ning ka kumale no wol ka kumale wol meta kumala le almost 45 minutes be kuma na meta fo nyato rek kay kuma.
Those that did not make a lot of noise, they were not far away. But for the shells, they were far away and they were going almost for about 45 minutes.
Were they going continuously or were there intervals in between the shots that you heard?
Illa bundiro, continue to fire or la banfodum ka fire kele yebatu demanding yana fire ke.
Aka wati tale.
It used to take some time.
Barakamuta le kuma itafankal ne ko no akumata ya bunda ma ya bum banko le kono. But because ika sidambe ibelo rindambe rek no fo jefanka jijale.
But it used to sound in a way that when they fire, you know that it was fired on the ground, because even where we were standing, we could feel the earth trembling.
Motole kungote ajemi ibe akuma Gambia la mafangola kumi motole kungote intende ila marama karola yani marama karola teng ni tata kumi saf wolen Gambiati so puluba karola tenting omu maybe Casamance Senegal manjam fo mafangola.
The vehicles face this way, and on the left hand side is the Gambian side, on the right hand side is the Casamance end.
Just to make sure that we understand the situation at the time, you told us that some people alighted from the vehicles and some of you stayed in the vehicles. From those who alighted from the
I couldn't have seen the individual because it was in the night.
Because
this guy said that we should sit inside the vehicle, but before we alighted, it was because of the gunshots that we heard. That was the reason why we alighted. But all these other drivers were at that side until we got onto where Bailo was. But there was nobody behind the vehicle. The Bailo's vehicle, the individuals that were on that vehicle, they were not there anymore. And also, Lamin Sila's vehicle, there was nobody there. Tumbultamba was also not around that area. Bora too was not there. Manjam was not there. Malik Jata was also not there.
And Michael Korea Fanamantraji.
And Michael Korea too was not there.
I believe and I
believe that where the gunshots were coming from, that was where they were.
So how many individuals stayed with the vehicles?
Bailo was inside his vehicle. He was standing outside of the vehicle. I saw him there.
Buba Jallo fanam ba abije ala moto abije.
Buba Jallo too was by his vehicle.
Lamin Silla fanam bije.
Lamin Silla too was there.
Anin Sambu Baro na driver.
And Sambu Baro, our driver.
Anin Seni.
And myself and Seni.
Ntol baby je moto mafangola.
All of us were there by the vehicles.
You mentioned the individuals that alighted from the vehicles. I would like to give you a few names because I want to make sure that the individuals that you saw were the only individuals present. In the beginning, you mentioned someone called Major Saju Jaju. Was he present that night?
Sajo Jaju
was not there.
What about Kausu Kamara?
Kausu Kamara was not there.
What about Omar Jallo?
Omar Jallo, I nickname Sotoleba.
Omar Jallo, does he have a nickname?
He's also known as Oya.
He was not there.
Was there any individual apart from the ones you've named who were present?
There
was nobody. These individuals, I believe, these are people that I knew. I knew them well. That was why my mind could recall them.
I just want to make sure that you've named all the individuals and you're not leaving anyone out.
Yeah.
The Commission has received testimony about these incidents. So the questions are to make sure that there's enough information for us to assess what you're telling us. You told us that the shooting went on for a while. For about 45 minutes. However, in total, you were at that location for over an hour and a half. What happened after the shootings?
Tumbul Tamba returned. He came back to where the drivers and the rest of us were standing. He said that if anybody were to say anything, you would follow these individuals. And so we also kept quiet like that.
What did he mean by you would follow the individuals? Did you understand?
I mean, for you know,
what I understand is that because when there is gunshot and you do not see anyone, and then he comes and tells you that you would follow these individuals, and a gun, we all know what it is when it sounds. So what I had in my mind was killing.
Did you see any of the 8 individuals whose hands and feet were tied? Did you see them again after the shooting?
Mesita moroko no foka bring nga kidi kama mwenata na moroto wato mawumul jeje kabringe kabinsa funo kabring ngeje na jana jang bildinoto jang ngeje ndata fo wulo kono moto lota lampol fa ta dambe rekino sutolo mebi
What I can say is, since I last saw them at the building here, until we got to where they were, because it was night and the lights of the vehicles were put off, I think they brought them down and took them away. I did not see them.
So after Tumbul Tamba came back and threatened that if any of you were to speak, you would follow the fate of those individuals. What happened after that?
After that, we all got onto our vehicles. You know, our vehicle was the one behind. So we got inside there, and not long after, Solo came. The driver made a U-turn because the road was a little bit tight. He was there, he made a U-turn, he made several attempts until he turned. Then he said to the driver, let's go. So the vehicle that was behind, but I was in front, but I could see the light, and it's like they were following us. So we came like that. In fact, the route that we took on our way going, we did not use the same route on our way back. We came behind until at a site close to Yajamil's garden. We took a bend on the right. We came towards a village called Alakunda. Every time there was a military post there. And then we returned and went into our room and sat down. After that time, after we returned, I got so terrified. I sat down, plundering. I was asking myself, I was asking myself what kind of evil actually got into us that until these individuals were able to take us on this operation. I said to myself that I was going to be very careful this time around. Even if someone were to tell me you were going for an escort or something else, I would be so mindful, I could even pretend to be sick. Except that it was me alone and the driver. But if ever there was a time that I was going for an escort and another person comes and joins and says that he was going along too, I was not going to partake in that operation.
Do you know what happened to the bodies of the individuals who were executed that night?
I don't know that. Because I know that the vehicles, when we returned,
any sign here, because
I did not see any sign, because when we returned, the time when Solo was alighting from the vehicle, Tumbul's vehicle passed.
Fenke Bailo Fanan Tambita.
Bailo also passed.
We betate ila ibedami no bare mammo je moto kono
All of them went to their respective places, but I did not see any individual behind those vehicles.
From where you were, you would see individuals if they were sitting behind the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
If there were individuals lying behind the vehicle, would you be able to see that?
That pickup, if people were there, you would see, because there were lamps inside.
So from what you observed, there was no one behind the vehicles?
Yes, there was no one.
Based on everything you observed that night, who would you say was in charge of that operation?
Mimu commandati je umu udla Tumbul Tambaleng commandati je.
Tumbul Tamba was the commander at that juncture.
Why do you say that?
Atele me senior man otije anu atele fana nata nga control ko ni momo diam tarek ibenyu mol normal.
Because he was a senior officer at the time, and he was also the one who came and said to us that if we were to speak, we would join those individuals.
So after you returned back to the residence at Kanilai, did anything else happen in relation to that incident?
Hani kumanken tolkan tatale duntan na bungol to sira solo fon nene man after man hani femfo man femfo nye aman diam be deri wala nyama fana be deri wala nyama
no
fo bi le fo bring an statement odi ngani ko fo.
No, nothing happened. We went back to our room and we sat there. Solo never said anything to us. He kept quiet just like that, and we too kept quiet just like that, until when I gave my statement. And today that I am testifying, I have never disclosed this information to anyone.
Did you subsequently find out who those individuals who were executed, who they were?
For konyimbe tambringu kola. For inata sobile wala yalong yo molu menu fawonya jumanyo lem.
Hanya ko explain no birimbe takan birim bota bildino to metakan solo diam ta ko nimol mu machinery le ako adiam da fang drive sa ako mbitang ako nyum machinery le te nyulna ta ka jan kamol Gambia like attack.
I forgot to explain that when I was giving my narration. When we left the house, Tumbul had said to Solo had said to the driver, my in-law, these are mercenaries. They have come here to attack the Gambia.
You told us that this incident occurred in 2006.
2006.
The Commission has received evidence that an incident involving alleged mercenaries occurred in 2005.
Commission kibaro sotoko ko membe ko nyin ye mercenario la kumo fo kudo mem fanando woketa 2005 sangokono.
I just want to make sure, are you certain about the fact that this incident occurred in 2006, or could it have occurred in 2005?
Ako lafta nyine sene yandila fo nyinkuo ila mira roto faketa 2006 le ban faketa 2005.
Se keno 2000 ndenga min kalamta maybe 2006 but se keno fana yani watu metale.
It could be, but in my own thinking I think it's 2006. But it's been a long time. It could also have been 2015 and 5. So.
You told us that in 2006 you were transferred to State House to continue serving as one of Yaya Jammeh's orderlies?
2006 lam ye sound the State House pour ye continue katara Yaya Jammeh la orderly yala.
Do you recall what part of 2006 that occurred? Was it in the beginning, in the middle, or the end of 2006?
Foi hakilo samuta sango wati jumalom 2006 adamuta dula atema wala sango bandula.
I think it could be the end of the year.
At that time, do you know if the attempted coup d'etat of 2006 had already taken place or not?
For tembo, yin kalamutala ko 2006 coup d'etat bayri men ketanun 2006 fa ketale foka pareba mfodunga manke follow.
What are manke follow?
At that time, it did not happen yet.
So you were transferred to State House prior to the attempted coup d'etat of 2006?
Amunda yete sound the State House janningo 2006 coup d'etat bayri mo bekela.
Because who coup d'etat enter State House?
Yes, because that coup d'etat found me at the State House.
And if I'm not mistaken, the evidence we have is that this occurred around March 2006.
Adu nimam feeling asediaro men soto jang nyinketa March karoma fangle 2006.
But the fact that you've given us your location in relation to an incident is very helpful.
Andu yenyin to yakumo men foten kafuko ko keta dame ma fanna winyin ko
Malik Jatta la testimony.
That is in regards to Malik Jatta's Malik Jeng's testimony.
Malik Jatta's
testimony.
In fact, that's something I would have come to later, but we can address it once and for all. The Commission has received testimony from Malik Jatta stating that you were present during the incident concerning Daba Marena and others. When that group was executed, and that would have been, if I'm not mistaken, in 2009. So Malik Jatta mentioned you adversely as one of the individuals who was present during that incident.
Malik Jatta la kumokono
And I believe that's what you want to respond to. Tell us what you know about that incident as well as your involvement.
Yo, lafta ka komaklini tande jampuru mbenga long Malik mumoleti miya longo.
I want to put things straight here so that we all know Malik is someone that is
amalafi ntolla odli solla.
That is he does not like us, those of us who are oldest. He had bad intentions for us.
Ngala testimony mwela amifo.
I listened to his testimony and I heard what he said.
I alonko anemo nyimfo kabring nata na ngatra jangino palmarima janga bo mol city la. Amo for la testimony kono.
He did not narrate what he did in Palmarima, the time that he was tying these people up.
And alonko anyaye ntolje kabinto nata jandunta je fo anyaye tejere ay senije.
And he knew that he saw us with his own eyes, myself and Sini, when we came inside that building.
And nga kweta le mamma beje bribo bribo mol fenke ebe kidol bunkanjana mamma beje.
And it is clear to him that I was not present when these individuals were being shot.
But I ngani kline sotontole watu mbije status akadiamu le fontol fonga moy ntuloto.
But he had one intention against us at the time. He used to speak up to our hearing.
Mr. Sanneh, perhaps I should clarify something.
Mr. Sanneh,
because I want to make sure that you're responding to the right allegation. When it concerns your name being adversely mentioned, it was in relation to And that is the incident concerning Daba Marina and others. As far as I'm aware, you were not mentioned in relation to the other incidents. So I want to make sure that when you're responding to the correct allegation. So please continue, and then I will ask you some follow-up questions.
I
know, I want to come to that to make it clear. Because
Malik akoy chalale kontrolne mamma beji.
It is clear to Malik that we were never present in that place.
I
want the Gambia to know what relationship existed between us, the Odlis, and Malik, because he said that we, the Odlis, we are the ones that used to travel with Yaya Jammeh whenever he goes on trips, and therefore we were the ones that were enjoying.
For what is sort of Seku ya Jabi, Seku Kaiko, itebe stupid nyame tentingi, ite Jumali be bulala tamo kono.
Until at one time, Seku responded to him and said to him, "How stupid you are! Who would involve you in traveling?"
Hani sojarol sita dame in State House, ni molbe sirin tende ni Malik nat nanga sita sojaro kono dol ka wuli akotole eta.
Even at the State House, wherever soldiers were gathered, once Malik comes and sits amongst them, you will see that some of them will get up and leave. Because he has a bad intention. And it was that bad intention that he put into us. I am speaking between me and my God. The coup d'etat that happened regarding Daba Marina and others, I was never present there.
Went to the State House.
That found me at the State House. I was upstairs. I was there with Bajere.
Ani Modu Saje Kafai Kabex.
And Modu Sajo, they call him Kabex.
Wilson said, "I know the Combijele, Lumina Kudeta Keta Watu Bay, Kudeta Watu Bay, I enterajel in the State House."
These individuals can bear me witness that when the coup d'etat was happening, I was at the State House.
Me oddly allergy.
I was an oddly.
Manji bring o coup d'etat lumo fangonom hanika ji duma kata banta step out of manji me building ole santo.
Since that the day of that coup d'etat, even to come down the stairs, I did not, and go outside, I did not do.
So I
want to make it clear that that is not the truth. He has only bad intentions against me. Because this TRRC, the manner in which it is proceeding, it is good.
Because be modo venal nangai kuma fa modo to fuje I mo nondi.
Because yesterday somebody came and mentioned someone and solid that individual's name.
But the more
but the more things are proceeding, you too will begin to access more information, and this will help you to ascertain what the truth is.
So, Mr. Sanneh, thank you for that clarification. That this incident occurred in 2006. And your explanation is that the reason why Malik Jatta would implicate you and another orderly, Sekou Jammeh, in that incident is because you believe he had bad intentions for you. You've told us that this was in relation to traveling. Can you explain to us what you mean by that? Why would Malik Jatta have a bad intention for you and the other orderly?
Lafta yo to dinkira sene yandi munana Malik bengani ya jawo sotonna ete
credit ko sam wite ngani yolo itele ngani yo fenketa ila watu batu ning alayke tamalati be tamalale.
I gave it to him and said to him, Malik, take this and buy credits. When your time comes to travel, you will travel. But for my entire time there working, I never had any bad intentions against anybody. He did that to Seku and also Seni and other others to whom he used to talk to. So I believe this is the grievance that was in him since after the fall of the Jame regime.
Ala first interview rek astata rek adiamto rek akumasta rek I told to nondi woleto.
During the course of his first interview, as he started speaking, that was when he implicated all of us. That is what I observed.
Well, you have told us that from your evidence that you were not present. And your alibi is that you were at State House serving as an orderly at the time.
State House orderly.
As you know, the Commission's investigations are ongoing. And we hope to hear more testimonies about these incidents. But we thought it was only fair that we put the allegation to you and give you an opportunity to respond. And that was the one incident where you were adversely mentioned. However, before we proceed on more information about the 2006 attempted coup d'etat, I noticed that it's time for the break. So when we come back, we will address that very briefly. Talk about your time as Yaya Jammeh's orderly at State House. And then we will address the issue of sexual and gender-based violence. And then conclude with your arrest and detention. A lot of the topics are brief, but we will still go over them so that the Commission will get as much information as possible. Mr. Chairman, I have concluded. We will continue.
Yes.
The big problem is disappointment and Rastad. Because I did not hear the information. But then it's 7 o'clock, 4 to 12. Masintio. Because I was something you don't know. So near Mirantella, in the Mirantella, on the Tomo, on the Mamma. Gambia government did not want to see one. Lajero, yes, because they are paying more money. That's why. But what big money after this tomorrow also not made. Near do me yet to like put so my Momaru the limit, what it already. Because what you like and near me can Duma and Udula the Kamata with the side. Mafubama, no, Duma. And the new fate of Babunia, the decade by Yukata, put them island. Or a throne. And the year can have no order. So we need to do it. And we need to eating with a bamboo. So when you come for the don't know what you am taking over. Then I said, but I control it like here like Canada. Wagolia down the road. Corona Bocana do near a woodla. No, Corona Catamba. I throw to you, I do go to you, and I cancel. But in a day to go. If you need to take out your life. You don't get a minute near the life. I cannot do Suba himself. So it's hard. You have the battle. So all I do is near that near the months of the side. And the problem with Gambia, Mountain, Lunta will be done to the 9 years and then have somebody. That's what I'm saying. You know, Gambia problem. You know, Balkala was saying, near Furo with the voice of Gambia, by near to the voice. So near the Kalala. So when you put it was a you can do Nasia. You can do Nasia. That is all you can somebody 1,000. Barakuda, snapper, grouper, catfish, good ones for a cabeza. Simple can near good fish on the good fish on
jafe-jafe bi fi dee am mostly people like me xanaa léegoo-léeg ma bëri njëg yu baax te client bi bëri waaw te client bi bëri noonu because of léegoo-léegi dama dem quality bis yu baax a baax waaye customer si buñ dee bëri noonu because of tamit jën yu dee amee tamit nekkul ne jën yu cëb la fee daf dee nekk benn bis yu mag baral bi ay daf dee bis yu soo yooyu noonu nekkul jën yu yomb waaw parce que jën yooyu noonu nga mën a am fekkuloo customer yuy ñëw all the time maanaam mu doon li bëri dara parce que jafe-jafe yooyu rek lañ jël customers waaw liggéey bi nawet bi la tey dina xaar because of tamit da ngaa gis ne dry season su amee season bi daf dee indi tubaab yi dañ dee ñëw soo ñu dee demande jën daf dee mun a bëri nga mun a gis ne nit ñu si biir dëkk bi dañoo bëgg a jën hôtel si tamit dañoo bëgg a toog a jën restaurant si ak yeneen département yoo xamante ne ñu ngi jël si industrie daf dee gën a yombal loo
yaa tuur sama ndox mi ba mu jeex
ok yow si tënk nga
ok
bépp doomi réew boo gis ne yow bëgg nga sa réew bëgg nga sa famille bëgg nga sa askan bëgg nga sa boppa kon yow lu laa war a mën a teg si njëriñ war ngaa ko mën a def parce que life njëriñ war ngaa mën a tiim sa boppa njëriñ ko tiim sa sista njëriñ ko tiim sa parent si njëriñ ko tiim keneen koo xamante ne tamit sa am ci jaamana tamit nga njëriñ ko waaye dafa fekk nga tegu si loo xamante ne ci biir la ak creative parce que life is gonna be based on without creative la soo ko déggee
sakin rek bino ma fonka hey ngoy njibe Gambian Talent TV la bata dunia baby my nigga ngoy mafu ko Gambia da ma nigga bari dunia yow man al move ba Gambian Talent TV la jibe kan la bolom Mr Dunia bi atole ala nyade do bari kamala bandi
ko dengal si a wi'i pullo ko pular waɗi sabu wiwɗamo pullo leñol ka ɗengal ɗo min harata ko yaari ka diina ko yaari ka dewle ko yaari ka neediji ɗin ko yaari ka gandal ko yaari ka julaɓe men ɓen ko yaari ka laamuji men e kala pullo e ɓiɗɗo pullo ko woniri e ko jokki ko ɗo hewtoton jangue min janna janno men jannodiren ko ɗo min jangata comme ko yaari hayen ɗimbindi men inneteɗi adlam kaka suudu ɗo ko e nde awlitande ɗo jangeten jannoton jannodiren jokkodiron e an ka nder suudu men ga e nde awlitande men leñol ko ɗengal alkamisa be alkamisa fuɗɗoto noon ila ñande 26 ndun lewru porto innetendu septembre 26 septembre lewru porto honto ɗum watta nder Gambian Talent TV e hombo min jomon on Aissatou Diallo on jarama
La ilaha illallah Gambia, Gambian talent ala barika. La ilaha illallah Gambia, Gambian talent ala barika. La ilaha illallah Gambia, Gambian talent ala barika. La ilaha illallah Gambia, Dawda Jawara barika. Gambia man la jalima di yéen a ngi seetaan Gambian talent fii la de bu leen bàyyi fii de fii la affaire yi nekk tete ñi na Leila sanani kalilema kalitulo na firula baba duda ni kanilema.
Following the memory lane to history, the story behind the freedom of this country is victory. See, people say that this is the same country that bore the pain our children suffered in vain with their hands and legs bound by the chains that enslaved them, fought our way through the dark era of colonialism, held on farm and hoped for better days during those hard trying times when she was ruled by a dictator, a man who took over her, terrorized her children and left them in pieces from which they're still trying to recover. People say that Gambia is a peaceful place with an amazing culture, a nation so nice with a beautiful structure that it is home of legends with great legacies, home of icons what praise with the struggles of whom the red, white, blue, white and green flag was raised, a nation known for its peace, love and unity, inhabited by people blessed with beautiful smiles of humanity. See, I am not denying any of that, but see, Gambia is not everything people say it is. Do you know? Do you know that in the Gambia, corruption resides in the hearts of leaders? A place where politicians have plastic smiles fixed on their fake faces, utter sweet words and trick people into believing they're nation builders. Instead, they're actors and two-faced cheaters. The majority of the young people in the Gambia are currently unemployed, even though they have the results, the degrees, the masters and all other required papers, which is why a lot of Gambian youth embark on the risky journey of illegal migration, a journey that costs most of them their lives as they drown into that dream-crushing ocean. You see, instead of figuring out solutions to this problem, everybody is busy pointing fingers. The young people blaming the government for not creating employment opportunities, for not giving them a chance to prove their capabilities, and the government blaming the young people for their lack of diligence. See, Gambia being this boy Bujanga by high school and all of a sudden drops out because he can no longer cope with the school system which he believes is too tough. Mutokir, where is I wajuram wala mudor de campembeda. Morami guram bukoroba munako bro nakala, fajma fanjigi ataya wai. And when he's tired of this, he turns to the streets and earns himself a certificate in robbery, theft and drug abuse. Suparianan, dekabinehud, halis amud, chona biyaga na beligi jehud, mandal jisa to madara do them back way. See, in this country, everybody dreams to live in luxury, but instead we dwell in never-ending poverty. Do you know why? See, I'll tell you why. It's because in the Gambia, people don't oppose each other with new ideas or innovations. No. In this country, people compete each other with juju and witchcraft, connect the whole someone with bad intentions. So do not be surprised that there is still no development in our nation. See, we are blessed with beautiful black skins, but we have hatred and jealousy in the blood flowing through our thickest veins. Just for power, people in this country commit the darkest sin. The Gambia being just put so even though more than half of the Gambian populace practices agriculture. In this country, a man can rape an innocent girl, take away her pride in the silence of the night and get away with it because we are so blinded by our culture. This Gambia, we don't even support our own. Being just a promoter who is willing to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to a foreign artist but is never willing to do the same for his own. So for Gambian artists, we ought to show the number of people you find them you can count and know why Cheta is for foreign artists we knew it. Kuneka diligent Harris for clothes and tickets, all of that just for show. I mean, I know the Gambian music industry has some whack artists who already release crappy songs, some who are too busy hating and beefing on each other, which is totally all wrong. But there are a few good ones who are hardworking and have proven to be strong. So why can't we appreciate and support our own? Legi funit duga si deka bidega New Gambia. Well, I tell you something, there is no New Gambia. There is just a new government ruling over the old corrupt system, a system under which we are all victims. In this so-called New Gambia, everybody writes and says what they want and call it democracy. Well, I don't know if it's just me or everybody else is actually turning democracy. To the new government, we know y'all want to make our nation rise, turn it to a country that will take all by surprise. But see, even development comes with a price. We had voted for change once. Who says we can twice? Power of freedom.
hey ala bol on koy ko dunia be entala ka raymol cutting hit track sol bonin ke sakin daga dino ma fonka hey ngoy njibe Gambian Talent TV la bata dunia baby my nigga ngoy mafu ko Gambia da ma nigga bari dunia yo man al move ba Gambian Talent TV la jibe kan ala bolom Mr Dunia be atole ala nyade do be kamala bandi yo.
Following the memory lane to history, the story behind the freedom of this country is victory. See, people say that this is the same country that bore the pain her children suffered in vain with their hands and legs bound by the chains that enslaved them, fought her way through the dark era of colonialism, held on farm and hoped for better days during those hard trying times when she was ruled by a dictator, a man who took over her, terrorized her children and left them in pieces from which they're still trying to recover. People say that Gambia is a peaceful place with an amazing culture, a nation so nice with a beautiful structure that it is home of legends with great legacies, home of icons what praise with the struggles of whom the red, white, blue, white and green flag was raised, a nation known for its peace, love and unity, inhabited by people blessed with beautiful smiles of humanity. See, I am not denying any of that, but see, Gambia is not everything people say it is. Do you know? Do you know that in the Gambia, corruption resides in the hearts of leaders? A place where politicians have plastic smiles fixed on their fake faces, other sweet words and trick people into believing they're nation builders. Instead, they're actors and two-faced cheaters. The majority of the young people in the Gambia are currently unemployed, even though they have the results, the degrees, the masters and all other required papers, which is why a lot of Gambian youth embark on the risky journey of illegal migration, a journey that costs most of them their lives as they drown into that dream-crushing ocean. You see, instead of figuring out solutions to this problem, everybody is busy pointing fingers. The young people blaming the government for not creating employment opportunities, for not giving them a chance to prove their capabilities, and the government blaming the young people for their lack of diligence. See, Gambia being this boy Bujanga by high school and all of a sudden drops out because he can no longer cope with the school system which he believes is too tough. Mutokir, where is I wajuram wala mudor de kampembeda. Morami guram bukoroba munako bro nakala, fajma fanjigi ataya wai. And when he's tired of this, he turns to the streets and earns himself a certificate in robbery, theft and drug abuse. Suparenan, dekabinehud, halis amut, chona biyaga na beligi jehud, mandal jisa to madara do them back way. See, in this country, everybody dreams to live in luxury, but instead we dwell in never-ending poverty. Do you know why? See, I'll tell you why. It's because in the Gambia, people don't oppose each other with new ideas or innovations. No, in the is with foreign artists Binyuwe. Kuneka diligently halis for clothes and tickets, all of that just for show. I mean, I know the Gambian music industry has some whack artists who already release crappy songs, some who are too busy hating and beefing on each other, which is totally all wrong. But there are a few good ones who are hardworking and have proven to be strong. So why can't we appreciate and support our own? Legi funit dugasi deka bidega New Gambia. Well, I'll tell you something. There is no New Gambia. There is just a new government ruling over the old corrupt system, a system under which we are all victims. In this so-called New Gambia, everybody writes and says what they want and call it democracy. Well, I don't know if it's just me or everybody else is actually turning democracy. To the new government, we know y'all want to make our nation rise, turn it to a country that will take all by surprise. But see, even development comes with a price. We had voted for change once. Who says we can twice? Power of freedom.
Aye, Gambia, my big GN, Gambian Talents TV, yena mataxa jog saa suma wete yen lay déglo man def ndaw sen doomu ndey de leen may bégee ma leen di bégee Gambian Talents TV kenn la amul roy de leen kal leen ko fa rek saa su ne seen xibaar bu ne di news music entertainment.
Gambian Talent mu ngi nii ñëw suma site ñëw set sima kenn mënu si anything. Gambian Talent ñu ngi nii every time ñoom ñu taxawuma kenn mënu si anything. Every day suma xewle wut Gambian Talent ñëw suma site gaay di ma lijanti mel ni nu waaye gaay di puus mel ni ku nekk di puus truck bu yaaw
one can ya time learn because ya no ko kana da ro ko sai kana kilo la wala ne kana ne kan balu ya ya ni na kilo la ko 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 kana ne ko soma kana ne big problem
but don't blame me. Anything I do wrong, if it is wrong, call me and tell me, Park, I think the step you take was wrong. Try to adjust it to have a right path. But my fans, I can be nothing without you, and I love you. You get me? Going out for this, I'm not a cappella for Osman, for my fans. You get me? Going out to this, this corrupt regimes, these 3 corrupt regimes which has come. Yeah, man, one Park, man. No, do manango can no take my stress. No, Adama doma take stress. Kunyo tamit doma take stress, man, one Park. Legi Gambia, sunboti nyo ubeku. Udefu luba, roche la falao. Na DJ Kenen, feeling ko Baya madam and say vibes. Baya madam say vibes. Osman, baya go on. After the segment, we give it the full one.
Waaw jërëjëf One Pac ñu ngi lay bëggee képp ku ñuy déglu di ñu seetaan ñoo xobaay show la rek we go with the flow. Tey change nañ di show ak nim dee starté ak ni ñuy defee yëpp waaye képp ku ñuy déglu di ñu seetaan penku xarpa ngopp ngalandu maa ngi lay nuyu di la dalal ci ñoxobaay show seen xarit seen doomi ndey seen àndandoor Pa Ousmane Diouf di leen bëggee rek ci seen déglu ak seetaan bu rafet ma ne képp ku ñuy seetaan YouTube ñu ngi lay dalal waa Facebook Larry Patton mu ngi seetaan mu ne you guys are awesome that was beautifully explained jërëjëf waay mu ngi seetaanee fële ca Philadelphia in America. Lamin Sane mu ne greetings to One Pac, tell him that my kids love his music. Jërëjëf waay Jata Karamo mu ne tell him to be strong enough. Greetings from Finland kokong lay déglo from Finland on Facebook. Sima Jallo mu ngi seetaan on YouTube mu ne wow this is so amazing. Tupac Dukure mu ne thanks. Ibrahima Mane mu ne interesting. Yaya Sane mu ne nice video, you are right. Domsi Yai mu ne wow this is sister is so amazing and very talented. Jabi Kasama mu ne Pac is coming again. I can't wait for this. Gunman G mu ne big up One Pac. Tafa Njol mu ne wake up One Pac. Sana Jadama mu ne One Pac is my star. Big up brother One Love. Momodu Sonko mu ne One Pac that's my mentor. Up. Mohammed Jaw mu ne I love you One Pac. Salifu Jallo mu ne bless up One Pac. Ibrahim Diouf mu ne big up. Max Jamme mu ne tell One Pac to we love him. Jërëjëf Susan Berts mu ne up ñu ngi lay bëggee képp kuy déglu di ñu seetaan fu ci waay nekk ci ñeneenti ko ñu àdduna penku xarpa ngopp wala ngalandu ñu ngi lay bëggee One Pac ngene yow yaay taal bu yàlla taal coof bu yàlla roof basa ñanga yi mandinka makavele
dara nata lala kurtu badun ka joye fara
bara seka right
so
ñu dooree ci bala seka gi kan mooy bala seka foo jógee ñu bari ñu ngi laa dégg
seka mooy doomi Baye Seer Seka ak Alimatu Njaay yu doo bakaw geroo fa magee fa daw fa léegi
juddoo bakaw yeroo bakaw magee bakaw fan nga demee school dem nga school did you go to school at all ak yan school nga dem
I've been to school then Bakaw primary my primary level later I dropped Greater Banjul from Greater Banjul I'm St. Augustine. You get me? That is all I do, man. And I do student, I do basic law at opposite Taiwan. Why?
So dem nga be high school, jeexal nga high school, nga ne fan nga defee law? You studied law?
Why? West African Institute.
Wise, okay. So you have a certificate in law, a diploma in law, a degree in law. What do you
want me to post it on Facebook?
Dama la laaj rek ban nga ci am certificate, diploma, and degree.
I've done my basic anyway without being certificate of.
You have not been certified, okay. Okay. Then Binga graduated from Wise, what did you do?
Man, I chose the street to be a gangster, a criminal in Somalia.
Criminal?
If I said criminal, doesn't mean I have to go and kill people or rob people, you know what I mean? Or anything that I was an offender, but outlaw, man. I was not abiding the law. due to the, I can't take it for granted 100%, but due to the people I'm mingling with and my elderly friends are called friends, you get me, take it for granted, and at the middle of my youth, or the climax of my youth, I thought like this is the love I need, and it was not love. It was their own benefit and interest, like I go and do this, you go do it, and they benefit out of it. And it became an habit to me, which I've danced to the tune, and I've disrespect myself, and I've demised my life and career, that I should be something without being in this music industry. I should be in Sudan Thai when things should be normal. But, you know, I mean, tell me your friend and tell you who you are. This is what was the constraint and what demised me of being what I should be 100%. But I'm not complaining. I thank God that I've started bad, now I'm answering good, so I'm still good.
So da nga amoon ni ñan nga nekk di wax ne ñooy koto yu bon bakaw si ban boor nga jógee sax bàyyi di wee fan.
Non koto yu bon yooyu mooy lan koto yoo xam ne man sax mun naa nekk koto bu bon ko xam ne mënut a wax di am rakam o jiiniyom gis ko si def lu bon o di ko pousse lu bon xam nga loolu lu bon nga yow sa boppa inflaming bad on people, you are bad.
Léegi yow what part of Bakaw nga jógee sax ban boor si Bakaw nga jógee one part.
Point Sekakunda Bakaw point Sekakunda after community center si turntable bi.
Si turntable bi. Léegi nga choose pour dem si street bi lan nga doon def foofu noonu, let's be specific.
The street, what I was doing on the streets, and not how much choose street be because I'm feeling my like 16, 15. That's my youth time. That's every 16, 15 youth feel like you are the king or you are God even. Or you have God in you, you can do anything, you don't give a shit about the future. You get me? Fale ulo elik. Nek but si domi adama la nek ade way mo mag domi adama. Ndiga no because man right now suma pass man koy diga. You understand? Bala ma judu ma ngay diga naka la mel naka la suma wajuri melon. So but diga no pa mo mag borom. So buma deme be realize lolu man ma pave a good way. So wahel bonsiman at the past you will end up saying, hey why cool boy cool na definitely. It's better than telling he is bad for life.
Lolu de mom degala mom def lu bon xam ko xamé ko janga ci and try to correct that lolu dara genut ko way bu gëna xam yan façon to jangé yan façon activity criminal life lu bari la criminal boys
I'm an offender lo rek doyna
offender rek
I'm saying which can change you if you don't want to change. I swear to God there is no syringe which can change you if you don't want to be changed. So yen mi nekk ci mbéda bi nak di def lu bon the deaf ay tafar, the hurt people be. You cannot be hurting people and expect to be happy. You'll be hurt by God too. Why ngeen gene ko sen hene wa suma yaay bu ndaw mo malal or suma living mo malal or li yefi serina. It's all lies. You get me? Our ego, our wish and will more you they put to something. Contency len yakon. So sun content direct am lu bare ken gene you get me? So take it from your head. As present, unlawfully actors and all that, or current people who act unlawfully, take it from your head. Di do not do that. Yala na to ken silubon or the def lubon. Yeah, understand. This is our wish and will and desires. Let's change it. Then certain you wanna change ken. So who could change? Man, ben seren change you my boy. Ben seren you wanna change. I'm going suma seren. Suma yai. Akiyala. Yala mo suma seren. Suma safara mo yere mane pour yere suma yai. Mo neka suma safara. So yala buma ko nyane. Mumema. Legi ma yere suma yai. Mu change ma.
Li nga wax fini dafa deggu de yow téré nga wax fi de. Like can change you, nobody can change you, and this is in
if
every
you don't
way.
want to change.
Yes, in every way, shape or form. Luwai am rek yaa ko jox sa bopa. Luwai def bopam Olof Njaay mu ne luwai def bopam so good fan feke. So there is nobody who can actually do these things for you but yourself. Li nga wax nonu téré degala de. So naka la maire you don't feel one pack ngene yow criminal nga. Time bobu I would assume you were young si maire bi nga deka. How was she feeling though? Because ñu ne dom su baxé domi ñepp la su boné domi ndey jala. Ñu ne la ndey ja dom ja. peccum liir su neexee yaa jaa jàpp ca mbagg ya yii yëpp olof Njaay wax. How was maire be feeling this time when you were doing all of this banditry and criminal stuff?
Ak ni ma mun di meloon yëpp them days before this before one park today. How was mayor feeling? So ma gisoon mayor sax dama dee bis ma xaru ma dee. I regret my existence because mayor mënut a dem si si dëj. Mayor mënaatut dem si génte. Mayor mënaatut dem si tek. Mayor mënaatut génn di baakoon yaayi jàmbur yi lig lan mayor moo jur one park ban the outlaw the outcast ñëpp di joxoñ lu bon ku bon. Man sa layguma suma life. You think my mother would be happy for me? Man sa suma amoon doom mu mel ni ma meloon. You think I would approve or be happy with it? Well, right now my mother is the most proud woman because right now I'm not Harit. Right now I'm not Anandor. Right now ñu bari mu bugga nañoo jógeñ meer. Right now ñu bari bugga nañoo xam meer. Mbookaam yi sax ñu bari bugga nañ ko mbookee. Niglan doomam ñu koy gis mu ngi def loolu si kaatani yàlla waaye woon kenn bëggu koo def. She was lonely as I was with no friend family who will represent or care simply because my dirty attitude. So going out to people and to the kids who are looking up to me bu leen mel ni one park 100% jël leen lu baax li si man rek ngeen bàyyi lu desoon waaye ne one park ok hard man la woon gangster la on street he's been to jail ex-con la léegi xoolal amali ma lay woon nekk na salib as Gambian said salib nekk na salib man one park laa bugg a mel. Please soo buggee mel ni one park bul jël paasi one park jëlal présenté one park nga génn one park def lu gën a génn ni one park di def nga eradicate paasi one park please koo xam ne suma fan nga ngay xale mag ndaw jigéen please don't take the bitter part of one park. Take the progressive part and the beneficial part and the successful part of one park.
Yow li nga fi wax nii téere la de ñu bari ñu ngi laa jiiñ ne one park dafa dof one park wéroot bul faale kooku lu tax ngay jox one park platform. I have heard that so many times. This is my first time Monday mbi lagi ma jàkkaarloog yow waaye every interview we had with you people had confronted me and said lu tax ngay jox one park lifin yow kooku ñorut yow yaay jox kii ku ñàkk fayda kii nga xam ne criminal lii waaye yow li nga fi wax lii ku dof du wax li nga wax de one park. lan ngay tontu ñuy wax ne yow da nga dof yow wéruloo yow criminal yow lii yow lele lan ngay tontu ñooñu.
waaw ñu duma leen mën a mere te blame ma leen. yaa ngi understand blame ma leen merew ma leen yaa ngi understand. dama leen naa ñaanal yàlla rek pour ñu mun a am compartmentalize issues when they erupt. You get me? You understand. Am sahut ñaaka sahut diga rek a sax. You get me? Yal na leen yàlla may understanding bu ma am man tey. As man munoon ak bi yal na ba ma am understanding bi tey yal na leen yàlla may understanding boobu noonu bu ñu génnee benn xel buñ dee xalaatee si doomi Adama ak doomi jàmbur yi. Because one thing kenn xeetut boppam two doo musa gis dof mu yóbbu boppam may two three doo mun a jox nit paaka nga ne ko reyal sa boppa mu rey boppa four ku nekk bugga naa romba ñëpp joxoñ ko oo ko with smiles embrace ko xog ko waaye soo ko amul check yourself du si kenn de yow la cegal soo ko gisee ceeñal ñooñu nag ñu foog ne dof la yal na leen yàlla wérloo man continuellement di ma wérloo ba ñooñu tamit taxaw one day support ma waaye I have no grudges or hard feeling against them. This is a freedom of speech and ku nekk am choice.
Mashallah. Yéen ñi seetaan ci Facebook bi ñu ngi live on YouTube pin nañ link bi foofu for you guys to watch su ngeen bëggee gis one park su ngeen bëggee jàkkaarloo ak moom mun ngeen a dugga foofu noonu rek ca YouTube mashallah ngeen jàkkaarloo ak one park ñu bari ñu ngi seetaan Buso Abdoulaye Diop on Facebook mu ne at some point I was supposed to manage him cause he is an ex-inmate. People have to stop being judgmental. Mu ne nit dañ war a stop di judgmental. Habib Konta mu ne Habib Konta mu ne wisdom from one park deeply profounded.
No, kuy kooku ne I was an inmate. Kuy kooku.
Buso Bali Buso Abdoulaye Bali Buso Diop moo binda loolu mu nga Angleterre I mean moo binda noonu
but on his part we reach to a conclusion whereby he just betrayed the trust. So suma buge money, I don't need it anymore. I don't deal with fake. Man right now suma last life be lui di direct like demi. One man dafa ñuul mu ñuul. Wow.
So Bali daf la betray daf la nax daf la mbaamal.
Dama gom loo su am lu amut.
am na ci coow li de su xamoon du binda comment bi de One Pac lañ jàkkaar lool nag tey lum la gomloo noonu lu amut.
ama exposure man lu ma def wax soo ku ma def ma wax boy.
léegi lum la def nii lum la gomloo.
Utuma manager, I have a best manager boy. My manager is God.
Ibrahima Fati mu ne I know him personally when he used to live when he was in Jara Soma. Da nga dëkk Jara Soma One Pac.
dégg suma foo jabar Jara Soma la jógee mu foog ne dama tekki mu tasee bi dem yoona waaye léegi sunkan naa de.
sa foo jabar dégg da nga dëkkoon Jara Soma lu la yóbbu Jara Soma.
dama toog mer kombo gi ma ne dama bëgg a change ma dem my star di jaay tàngana di gas air.
jaay tàngana gas air
di def music by force.
jaay tàngana gas xeer de in Jara Soma.
gas xeer jaay tàngana gas xeer suba si ma dem si dépôt bi mooy wàññi seen bagage yi égal bagage balaa ñuy close na am suma 700 600 ma jël suma néegi booba. xam nga may fay nanga ba jaara def tase suma jabar tata ma kool suma yaay mu ne ma ne yee we do it waaye jabar bi bu mu ñëwee kër xam na ne man du ma doomi sarax ngir yàlla maa cuusoon leen bi suma yaay o suma famille rek duñ ma mun a defal what of when they are absence kana may defal I will be lazy I'm a man and I have feet and I have my mouth I'm feet up you get me so I don't want to be a loose cannon or a torn coat to my manhood or being a disgrace to the youth, especially to the human race. This is the reason I hate my life. I say, let me go and look for greener pasture or being good.
So jabar ji daf la bàyyi ngeen because mu ne tekkiwuloo dara. Is that what you're saying?
In what I'm feeling and sensing, yeah. Because feeling a tech woman at that time, Mama was doing everything and I was, you know what I mean? Without Mama, she don't think there would be a future. So she's
One Pac nañ waxante dëgg
so when she gone for a month and she hear me, bam.
waaye nañ waxante dëgg nag One Pac nag ku takka jabar nag war koo mun a defal nag war koo mun a yoon nag sa yaay magam jëmma nga jëggi bëccëg gi ndara kàmma nga toog sa jabar la yaay amee la di la defal na
suma number yaay bi is 23448
déedéet bul weer meer bi kay bu fi weer meer bi nañ bàyyi noonu
non uyu ma laaj ko ne dama ko musa laaj benn poti maalo sax bu ma see no I hustle hard and my family they are wealthy they are wealthy faale uma loolu
waaw yow yàgg naa
dama war a look after suma jabar si clothing feeding accommodation all
ahankay
ndax
waaw waaye ngeen ne lu tax sa jabar war a feel ne yow tekkiwuloo ba tax mu bàyyi la it means ne kenn jagu
she pushed too much this was married I don't want to talk and expose everything this is look on there moo ko ñaawal so I was quiet so I will be quiet on that anyway we divorce done but I'm about to get married again
am nga doom am ngeen doom wala am nga
jabar am nañ doom halal not penalty doom penalty free kick doom no halal
penalty tamit waaye ñàkkut yéen artistes yi ñu ci bari tojaange rek ngeen a def saka su ngeen commencé di lii maybe am nga si pet maybe am nga si pet yuñ xam ak yuñ xamut yuñ xam ak yuñ xamut ñaata doom nga am yuñ xam ak yuñ xamut One Pac
man nag yàlla bu ma tiim sax xam na ne benn doom laa am because duma dee mën a am ñaar ñetti teepe because I stick like glue xool benn la yaa ngi understand soo nobee waruloo cheat around if you cheating your woman what if you caught your woman cheating how would you feel there's no love man na ma dee
One Pac 6 months ago a year ago wasn't this conscious One Pac you are really talking sense now stay blessed spread positive vibes I was one of the folks who were disapproved of one out of boundaries of One Pac because of his language was out of boundaries. I was one of the folks who were disapproved of One Pac because of his language was one of his boundaries. Consider me a new fan. Let me you consider him a new fan. Go ahead and confess.
Okay, I was pissed initially, yeah, with the crew and everything in your platform, but I'm very sorry, yeah. It's the heart, you know. I'm sorry.
You are sorry.
And my friend is not happy if our Chama is not feeling good and all that. I'm just sorry, yeah. It's you
sorry.
people I got. It's you people who can show me show me love or make me happy. It's you people who can coincidentally make me sad when you don't even notice. So I'm with my senses. You get me? Bonya lame said in the matter to dikabiana lame. To the whole crew, I'm sorry, yeah. Then first this double ibarus whatever.
li nga def jag na de ndax ay xale yu jigéen rek a nekk foofu ma ne leen One Pac laay interview ñu get very excited waroon a wàcca depuis 5 o'clock depuis 5 o'clock la gaay waroon a wàcca waaye ñu ngi siisu foofu pour bégal la rek to make sure the interview holds léegi defalal gaay waa defalal gaay acapella léegi rek defalal gaay acapella jaamane ñooy waa defalal gaay acapella aha
ñu continuer buñ emoon maayo
léegi yaa ngi ñëw ci studio bi ay xale jigéen rek a nekk foofu you've spoken a lot of sense dégg nga am nga a brand new fan mu ne you consider him one of your new fans as long as you continue this balaa ma laa wax si acapella bi ñu bari ñu ne One Pac dafa psycho 1 minute nga gis ko mu def nii the next minute mu wax leneen I mean yaa ngi meroon tàkkaat lifin si saa si apologize nga at ñu lii this is why some people would say One Pac psycho la I mean because he flips around left and right lan nga am pour tontu si loolu
nah I'm not a psychopath it's just that I'm not a pretender I cannot pretend on something which is killing me and I don't want to die on people's day I want to die on my own day you get me
okay.
This is it. So for them, when they favor you a psychopath, no. What is a psychopath? If they tell you I'm a psychopath, tell them to define psychopath for me, for you. Because I don't think a psychopath will act like me and behave like me and do like me. But you know me from nothing, man.
yéen a ngi déglu di seetaan ño xobaay su jógee ci Gambian Talents TV Pa Ousman Diouf nekkal leen ci gannaaw microphone bi One Pac mooy suma guest seeni guest ñu am pour waxtaan ak moom nag képp koo xam ne yaa ngi ñoo seetaan ci Facebook bi soo buggee jàkkaarloog One Pac rek clickal on the link biñ post foofu dina leen yóbbu YouTube si suñ channel bi subscribe to our channel and you will be able to see One Pac ak all other interviews that we have suñ programme si ñuy def yëpp all the time kon yéen a ko dégg ku koy One Pac Abi Kunta mu ne this guy is smart I got goosebumps listening to his story. He seems a changed person. Wow, lulu am solo la One Pac. You see, mune he has goosebumps listening to your story. Buso wahad nakat mune LOL. Always the same, but tell him I'm not a man. Mune do man mom jigen la. Jata Karamo mune tell him about Bakau Big Three. Ibrahim Abadi.
No. For Buso, I know she's not a man. You get me? The Buso I'm talking about is from, we know each other at Bakau, McDomoro, you get me? Her ex, if at all it is her husband was once incarcerated in Mile 2, whom I was serving hot water as a maize boy to confinement, you get me? And our project was like, you get me, having a show for the Mile 2 or convicts in Mile 2. You get me? And I was killed with promise and stories and stories. I'm looking for truthful people and people who will tell me the truth or tell me, yeah, it will rain and it rains. You get me? I'm man bro, man what fan boy. I will be nice people for them to look after me. Keep yourself. Alamburo alaki.
Achabok. You continue One Pac. Ibrahim Fatimune, seriously, he is right. He was somehow close to me. Officer, all that he is saying is true in Jara Soma. Munelinga wati Jara Soma yebdegala. He is right. All he is saying is true. He knows me as Fati ngako hame. He said you know him as Fati, yes. Kalilu Sora mune One Pac blue is for you. Buzo mune paos consult your guys who this is serious. Doche mune Jaju mune big up One Pack. Sisla Kafo mune I love you One Pack. Mohammed Eba mune One Pack is good to go. An uprising coming star. Let him work hard and try to work with Gambian musicians like ST, G, Nobles, Jesul, etc. Dina ñew ci lolu ci kanam. Sisla Kafo mune One Pack for life. We love you bro. Ñu ngi leen ay bëggee ñi sétané ñu Facebook lañ nekk. Ñi sétané YouTube Lamin Sane mune One Pack you are my best artist. Jibi Njai mune hello I'm Gambian artist in Belgium. Like One Pack is a strong name. Alasana Bari mune One Pack enough respect to you. Musa Jallo mune One Pack how are you doing? It's me Musa in Dubai. Kii nag turam bi xawma ban làkk la foog naa Chinese mune big up to yourself One Pack original bad mano mune original bad mano. Buba Jawo mune God bless you One Pack but keep it up. Ngene mile 2 dem nga mile 2 wax nga ñu sa jaar in Bakaw bi nga nekkee xale foofu noonu wax ñu si tuuti si jaara Soma I mean so at what stage in your life did you go to mile 2 ñaata yoon nga dem mile 2 sax in the first place 19 nga dem mile 2 19 times
yeah
you went to mile 2 for 19 times what is the shortest time you stay and what was the longest time you served in mile 2?
The shortest time I stayed was like 3 months. The longest time 1 year, 8 months.
Okay. First time, Gadem, what was your crime?
My crime, man, felony.
Okay, felony.
Absorb it and break it down. Felony can be anything.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, felony can be anything. True. Legi yo wax ñu rek. What was your crime? What was your charge? There was something written on your charge.
Charges are too much. 19 times you think I will have only one charge.
I asked you for your first charge. Your first time you went to mile 2. What was your charge?
My first charge was stabbing people.
Ci jamono Yaya Jammeh yow dang don stab nit ñi. I would assume time.
You are joking. You don't know what's up. Man yalla ma choose ak suma ñaan ak suma sona yaay. Because all of you know kutoka domi jambo yeka sa dom. You understand? Lolu yiba ma topa ak suma ñaani bopa. Ak yalla xam na ne man dama ñaaw si jëma waaye ñaaw ma si xol. Mu génne ma si yëpp far na fekk na ma ne man dama yaaga buga si yooyu. Ku yaaga si teen baat fekk la fa. Nii la fa demee woon.
Okay. To jamono Yaya Jammeh yow nga am fit boobu di start nit ñi di def yooyu yëpp ñu jàppala yóbbu la How long was that? How long was that first day?
Nga taal sa moto nga teg ma duga rek continue fu sa essence bi jeex ma bàyyee ko fa ma call the nearest police station ñu ñëw jël sa moto yooyu yëpp daan def boy eela sa loolu sa kaw lal tap eela borom baxa yi nga génnee bagage bi o mooy loolu traité la waaye duñ la rey duñ la def dara waaye tapet lañ
tapet ngeen woon yow sa bopp xam nga ne tapet ngeen woon da ngeen doon use ay gànnaay rek pour intimider nit ñi
ñoom sa tapet lañ. tapet a deal.
So ñoom it tapet lañ woon. Xanaa da ngeen daan mandi where you guys doing drugs?
Loolu yëpp nekkut loo xam ne I'm proud of them.
Good.
And I'm bragging on them.
Good.
I'm for most of every brutal and evil act in the past. So I just need the chance to showcase to the whole world and the Gambia in particular that I can be something better and beneficial for them and for their kids.
So,
and I'm saying I'm very sorry, man. I'm very sorry.
So do you know any of the people ñi ngeen daan dem rob ñi nga daan stab ñi ngeen daan gangs do you know any ñi nga daan si seen moto yi noonu do you know any of them personally ndax random people la daan nekk ndax si neighborhood bi ndax da ngeen daan target specific people am special operations ngeen daan def sigil nga jàkkaarloog askan bi ñu xool la
I made this pledge and promise that I will strive very hard, to change that hate to love. That I will be real in my life and I will be straight with my life. I will never lie in my life again. You think it is a small God? Excuse me. You think it is a small God to sit in a platform whereby the whole world will be seeing you and talking about your brutal and nonsense past? No. And it's only me who can do this right now. No artist will sit on a platform and say, this is what I do, this is what without taking you to the Trrc. You know why? Reality never been demonstrated and it's not fake. It is in the DNA. God gor rek la mooy doon. su ma ko waxut it would like tumor in me. waaye gis nga li ma ko nekk di waxee ni. daf dee gën a génne lu bari si man. lu bon li yëpp la dee rey. lu baax di sax. yaa ngi understand so that's why I hate to be belittled and disrespected and being pointed at unknown fingers and disrespect. You get me? Because I am what all is odd. You get me? So when one has to bring it to me, if I don't think of the life and the hype and the happiness of my mother, I can buy what you are selling being violent. And violent, be more fidget. My best friends are in my too, some are dead. You know how CBT is just now. I get what it takes for them to come near me. You get me?
Hakika yow xam nga ne hakika ngay wax fii hakika tan nga nekk di wax yow li nga wax fii Sana Sabali's testimony sa waxu dëgg Alaaji Kanyi's testimony waxu dëgg Alaaji Martin's testimony waxu dëgg ñoom Malik Jatta's testimony waxu dëgg Oya's testimony sa waxu dëgg. You sitting here, those people somehow were cornered. They were pushed to the corner for them to sit and say, I did this, I did that, I did that. Willingly, for the most part, they wouldn't have come out because all these years, you get talk on the information, they knew it and they didn't act. So you coming voluntarily to talk about this is definitely good.
Yeah, maybe regret to you, man, I regret, man. I regret what I did.
Regret,
maybe ñoom regret luñ def loolu dañu dem arrest leen corner leen pour ñu ñëw wax confess by force but me without being cornered I regret my past and I'm telling my past for the young generation who are looking up to me to know about my past, whether it's a good past or a bad past. And if they will be looking up to me, let them look up to me by the positivity I'm posing or showcasing for my this last life. Man hamna ne duma am fan guguda billahi. Suma go ahead people think like it's fun. But I wanna set something when I'm gone. I swear.
Linga wax ni lu am solo la, and like I said, you are having a lot of high ratings and people respecting you from the comments and the people that are watching are increasing. Dangen dan use any form of drugs, intoxicants su ngeen daan def yi nii because ñu bari dañ daane comme soo dégloo jongla si
wala people ask me
waaw li ma la mooy waaw ñoom ñu bari ñuy def façon yi nii they use drugs intoxicants ak sangara ak yooyu noonu. Did you use any of these things?
Okay, you go and def nag you don't def whether they use drugs and intoxicants. I have no knowledge on that. You get me? But man li ma xam man dama daan use intoxicants with the evil act I was doing or without it, because I'm an addict to it.
Ban façon drug nga daan use one pack?
I never use cocaine or heroin, but I take diazepam. Look, Gambia, you have like Ross. One. Namade took Thai. Namade nan sangara. You get me?
Damade nga wax these are all present tense. Damade waxulo damadan. At first yang doon wax ne danga daan def nangam ak nangam. Waaye yaa ngi naan damade.
Some things even presently I'm doing it. Okay, Ramadan before was pills, which I'm never using anymore.
Rose, legi use at low rose, okay?
No.
Okay. Yange poon betay.
I'm not drinking alcohol anymore.
You are not drinking alcohol, okay?
But I smoke weed every day.
Kana da nga tipsi bala nga ñëw ori big fa da nga bagasu bala nga ñëw xana bagasu da nga bagasu bala nga ñëw xana mom bagasu rek mu ne ma bro bagasu ba ma ne ko big fa da nga bagasu
mo bëggoon off mood rek suma sense bi ñëwaat ne fii Gambia kula the whole world or as a human being if you can make yourself happy no one will make you happy and I've been sad for the half of my life. So I deserve to be happy by force. With people, without people, I have to make myself happy, and I'm happy.
Okay. Fair enough, one pack. Ñu dem léegi straight up, mile 2. Wax nga ñu loo def ba dem mile 2, 19 times one pack. This is not a small...
and 29 times I've been tried. 29 times tried for 29 times.
Tried for 29 times, convicted for 19.
As a TP, as a trial prisoner, TP.
Trial prisoner, yes, trial prisoner. And you even know the terminologies and everything in the criminal justice system.
Yeah, because I spent long in them. That's why my last magistrate named Small Johnson wrote an application for me when I was in remand. to attend this law college at Taban, Kololi.
Okay. Wow.
Where I did my basic law. So that was small, wherever you're saying, man, and your wife, man, I can never forget you people. Thank you.
képp ku ñuy seetaan on Facebook li ma leen wax rek su ngeen buggee jàkkaarloog One Pac laggaleen foofu ca YouTube di ngeen mun a jàkkaarloog One Pac Ñoxobaay show la jógee fii ci Gambian Talents TV fu ñu waay di dégloo di ñu seetaanee penku xarpu ngopp wala ngalandu ñu ngi leen ay bégee yéen ñu nekk ci Facebook bi yéen ñu nekk ci Instagram bi yéen ñu nekk ci Snapchat bi ñu ngi leen ay bégee bu baax a baax duggaleen pour seetaan One Pac rek I just share the link one more time. ñu dem ci Mile 2 One Pac we've seen we always heard about Mile 2 never saw the pictures of Mile 2 or the images until when the new government came over and then my Fati and them went to visit there and then when the TRRC went there yow bi nga nekkee Mile 2 that was the true image in there. Was that the true image?
It's all lies.
What do you mean is lies? Lan mooy fen gi ñun videos lañ gis di.
Initially, like what you saying when my party went there, yeah?
Yes.
Do you know that by that time my party was the Minister of Interior? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. Before he went there, how many years did he serve as a minister, or how many months did he serve as a minister?
No, yeah, good. No, Naglolu, yeah, good. No. Here, my question here is.
I'm not 6 months to almost 8 months before he stepped there.
Okay, Limala Temoy. Was Mile 2 in that condition when you were there?
When they were screened, can I tell you, they were screened by the authorities which are there. You get me? Of letting them to see where they want them to see and how they want them to present their Mile 2 to them. You get me? But you know what's the deal? I said whatever from man, even TRRC is not getting everything from Mile 2. Give me a license and I accompany you in Mile 2. I will show you how Mile 2 is and how people are dying in Mile 2. And it's only me that Mile 2 personnel can talk to openly because I've been there, done there, lived with them. I know their problem, I know their constraints. This is the reason I came out and tried to be the voice of Mile 2. Men, they are offenders, fine. They've been tried and been incarcerated, you get me? But at the end of the day, they are not at their wish and will and their manpower of willingly doing things for themselves. They are families who pay taxes to this government, in fact, who are patriotic citizens of this nation, you get me? So when they collapse, and been victimized onto their acts which have been considered evil and crime and has to go and do the time and pay the price of what they have done or the act. You get me? One should treat them like human beings. You get me? You get me? By giving them good food, by giving them good medical care, by giving them good accommodation, good bedding, by giving them even good toilets. You get me? Oh, I don't know whether you understand me.
No, so sumala understand kon yow dang ñoo wax ne liñ gis li fa nekk moko raw wala moko opa na it's more than what we saw.
Su fekkee ne 100 moo fa nekk, you have just seen maybe quarter man.
Really 25% of the realities in Mile 2 is what we are seeing. As
when the government, even Adama Barrow bi ngay wax, du nangu lu xew Mile 2 yëpp more exposed. You know why? He's a president. You know, he got something to protect and he have something to lose. You get me? But there is no human right in Mile 2. You would be punished. You would be punished. Either being at condemned cell or man, come on. You will not enjoy. You get me? This is the deal. But let us go, me and the government, go to Mile 2. The government will know, this current government will know that whatever they are showcasing to them, that Mile 2 is this, is that, is lies. And I will show you I will show you and point out and give you hardened evidence of Mile 2 officers or prisoners. In fact, with top brass who are committing felony in that Mile 2, disrespecting women or sleeping with female convicts in that Mile 2, boy.
Wow. li nga wax dafa garaaw de ngene top officials with top brats. I mean,
man, if I'm saying which is not true, I'll dance to the the consequences. You get me?
Okay.
There are cautions and repercussions. You get me? Anything I'm saying it would, and it's not based on truth. How it is called? Allegation, fake allegation, defamation of character, and harassment of image.
Yes.
What do you think that's not a chargeable offense? They are chargeable offenses. So I'm not sacrificing for nothing.
Musna la dégg ci sa interview ci benn ci kenn ci suma ci staff yi foofu noonu nga mention benn sickness bi ñoo wax biri may ñu ci lan mooy biri ngeen ne dafa am feebar bu tudda biri mile 2 mooy rey booy lan mooy feebar boobu naka la
feebar boobu mooy nga jël one pack yóbbu ko ci waañ bi nga ne mu tooga mbanda sugeeri mbanda nga jël benn criminal bu gën a métti one pack nga jox ko beneen mbanda nga ne ñu toogal prisoner more than 2,000 3,000 inmates. You get me? Huh? Come on, the diet is not proper. So ndox bu mu dee teg ndox bu mu dee amee ci suuf yaa ngi understand soo ko lekkee ak looy lekk yaa ngi understand getting too much and chronic into you daf la dee developal sa feebar boobu noonu in my two slogan we call it biri you go swollen so reaches a heartbeat you are dead. You get me? This is how it goes. And there is no proper medication in Maltu. You will be sit like when I had like everything I did, then I consider you had a new RBTH. You get me? They have their personal small foolish nonsense clinic which they call infirmary. You get me? You only have paracetamol there. And that Maltu too, government in the Garabi, you the how to call it, boy?
Medsi. Medical.
The senior med, will confiscate all that medicine and draw it. Mama the man to a doctor say then pharmacy, special pharmacy. Anybody working under them will be quiet because you get your token out of what they are, the evil and the felony they are doing. Wow. You get me? Those meds are prisoners, inmates. They go there, your position pharmacy. Yeah, I understand. They making money out of it.
Fan la pharmacy
nobody getting me power, Usman.
Fan la pharmacy bobu neka. Fan la
pharmacy. Pharmacy yo neka nak. From Gawara government, from Gawara government, Jame government.
From a kid, Mimfam, Hanifen to Aja, I'm getting it all is so man, Muka Hanifen to Aleja. I'll be need lap Yadualeja, Sejaburjam, Dulkabi freedom of space, the Bualeja, Dual Bela, Dua do Bualbe Bua, Allah Bolan, Esti Gambian dream, Brikama Boyu, Dulkana, Kuoliki. It's all about Gambian talent TV. Tune in direct, ala GB, stay tuned, Mimbekiring Gambia, Bantala, Gambia. Look!
So niye mirantela ina mirante diwon ko mo wonta mo maro gambe ko bande dama wala ko ci won la jero ko ci sama la jero yes because they are paying big money that's why but what big money after this tomorrow was la mera niye do me nyanta na je pour soma mo maro wonta lemo woti taraje
jammeka alla kulu ke nyaadi wato men albije odli yala itanin Seku Jallo
akan treat nyame nta frono lungo wati doka soto akan treat le ay betia domanding bala betia bukame.
The treatment, I can say, there were times when he treated us well, but that does not usually last for a long time.
What do you mean by that?
Because here you are working for somebody and then you have him constantly abusing your mother. And also you are there but you are unable to have a proper sleep. If you are seated and you are dozing off, and if unfortunately he finds you in that state, sometimes he comes along with a whip.
And
when he comes there and finds us there, he used to beat us with a whip. Sometimes also he comes with a mosquito spray. And if he finds you asleep, he will spray that on your faces. Sometimes you cough, you choke and you cough to the extent that some people used to even cough blood. It happened to me, it happened to Bajere, it happened to Seku Jallo.
You said that he would beat you with a whip simply for finding many times that happened to you.
I cannot say, but it happened several times.
So that is something that he would do often.
Yes, he's used to that a lot. God is my witness.
As a result of those whippings, did you sustain any injuries?
Once I had an injury on my head. The mark is here. The camera can even focus on it.
The sword that he holds in his hand.
He once found me there, but I was not asleep, but I had closed my eyes. The sword was inside the cupboard. So he took that and hit me on my head, and he wounded me, and blood started oozing out. And then he turned just like that and went back to his room. That happened.
You also mentioned that he would sometimes spray mosquito spray in your eyes because you were sleeping.
Susula spray aniwele kana susula pompo aya pompi nyada kan me yalonko asimari deundia fofana akakele
ha. Yes, okay. He used to do that.
And you said that happened to you as well as some of the other orderlies.
Yeah.
And you said it was so serious that some people would be coughing blood.
That used to happen, yes.
How often did you go through abuses such as this?
Oh,
adalta wala le nsafula abakaki ngolumbare adalta wala wokai
that was not happening every day, but he was used to that. It was always happening.
Apart from the two examples that you've given us, very serious examples, were there any other ways in which Yaya Jammeh would essentially lash out at you and the other orderlies?
nta miro to wala jana grawta katu min jana aka min sonata obe kono mujjo la de jusumi adi ngasa samba nga bon kan baru jio wote fenkele la
in my thinking those were the most serious. As for cold water, sometimes he'll sprinkle it on you, but that was nothing compared to the other two.
You mentioned that he would abuse your mother. What are some of the instances that would lead to that kind of behavior?
But nga fortenti like atemu multi mialonko.
Let me put it this way. He was someone that Even if I held this hand, which you yourself can tell that it's a white paper. You saw it, and I saw it too, that it is white paper.
Black paper.
And he tells you that, in fact, it's a black paper.
So saying, fair for her is black.
So you must accept and say, yes, it is black.
And if
you wanted to disagree, he will say that you wanted to challenge him.
So because if I think for the kid, you have to fight no, you know, I think
that's the reason. Because if he said anything and he wanted to tell him no, is instead this way, he will see that as a challenge to him, and that usually leads him to abuse your mother.
So until communicating can deal
So what we normally did was just to keep quiet. Whatever he said, we keep quiet.
Apart from the verbal abuses, such as insulting your mother, are there any other types of statements that he would make as a result of something you did that he didn't like?
Well, for him, I can say that whatever he wants to say to you, he always says it to you. Even if you did anything, even if you didn't do anything, whatever he wanted to say to you, he would say it.
What are some of the things that he would say to you?
Fo kuma dolu bijele meni alon kaske kuma kurumuti wala ske kumuti ate kamem façon fali meni alon ka manke kuma nyimata
karante ainsilandile no.
He scared me, you know. He once said to me that I would die like a dog. That my corpse was going to be picked on the road, just as the dead body of a dog would be picked on the road. He used to scare me and say those kind of things to me.
How did it make you feel when he said those things to you?
My mind used to be disturbed when he said these things to me. But I used to say that, well, let me just leave everything in the hands of God. When the time comes for me to leave this place, I will leave it. I just leave everything in the hands of God.
When he issued threats such as these, did you feel that he was capable of carrying it out?
Yes. I took those things seriously because he had the power.
Why do you say that?
Because he was the president. That was why I never took his threats as just empty threats.
What about when you went on tours? Are there any examples of how he treated you during that time?
Yes, it used to happen also. Yes, because I used to get into his vehicle. Those biscuits that you used to throw out. When he stands in the vehicle, I am the one who used to supply him the vehicle, the biscuits which he then would throw out.
Mosquito diala maybe later, maybe atul fong baja ne camera je asonta ka taria ka fay mul kanteng.
When I'm giving him biscuits, and sometimes if I am slow in doing that, if you would check in the clips, you would see that sometimes he throws the biscuits very fast.
So ningi ngat dile an soto rek no abelorinda ma bentam fulana na inchik nang.
So that if I delayed a little bit in supplying him the biscuits, he would kick me as he stands there on top of the At that time, nobody was brave enough as an orderly to say that they were going to leave the job.
Barngaku killing kalamda ke aning ntenga orderly min taraje.
But there was one thing I noticed. There was one orderly that I have found there.
The
way he left the place, he accused him of stealing his money.
After
he dismissed him.
So one other tara physical, well in Tombonti, one other tara ground.
So that man, Tombong, ended at the ground.
So after Tombong,
I think Tombong later on had an accident.
Amara singole katita so anata kan treat na kafanya ko yeto monjere ni kafoko tombo yala kodole sunya wala tinna we azdam soto.
So Tombong had that accident and broke his leg. So then he began to threaten me, telling me that, you see Tombong, he had that accident because he stole my money. That happened.
As far as you know, was that allegation true or false?
Silang itela londo do wo tumiro mu to nyalti bang fa manke kuma so do
manke to nyati because
that was not true because
e ordly je minata na ngaya na parete bal na ko mi lafte ke bala ka kamole lay kan yafu yala ko le sunya way nyineke
any orderly that he fell out with, that he wanted to sack, he must accuse you of doing one thing or the other. Either you stole his money or accuse you of something else.
As an orderly, did you have access to handling his money?
You don't have access to that because all his bags, he will lock them up and keep the keys himself.
This tombong that you mentioned, is it the same as tombong bojang or is it a different?
Tombong bojang, yeah.
For how long did you serve as an orderly at State House?
State House.
2006 for 2014.
Since I got there in 2006, I was there up till 2014.
So essentially you were one of Yaya Jammeh's orderlies for about 10 years. 2 years at Kanilai.
Yes, Sanji Flake Kanilai.
And then about 8 years at State House in Banjul.
Another Sanji Saike State House to Banjul.
Is that correct?
For Akatawale Nyam.
Yes.
During that time, can you tell us about the relationship that the president had with some of the women that would come to the State House?
Yaya Jammeh musolu menu ya lonko kana State House je atani wolu temolu yemune cross je.
As we discussed previously,
I
will give you a sheet of paper with a list of names. And you can refer to the actual name. Let me clarify, you can refer to the number. Next to the name, but do not refer to the name of the individual. I will also hand the same sheets of paper to the commissioners. And so they can follow your testimony in relation to the circumstances that you will explain and what you observed. So I'll provide you with the list, and then I will ask you some more specific questions.
Abo kaito dile la wotolu bedama ni nombalu bitu abe continue la ke nyininka rolu dolula.
When you were interviewed, Mr. Sanneh,
Mr. Sanneh, ko biri interview ye nyininka.
One of the questions that you were asked was about what you may know in relation to sexual violence offenses. Or any odd behavior that you noticed at State House. Including anything involving underage women, and I'm referring to under 18 years. Our investigations are ongoing, but any information that you have would help us assess the situation much better. One of the things that you mentioned in your statement is that the former president was very much attracted to the opposite sex. And then you talked about some of the women who would come to the State House at very odd hours of the night. Can you tell us a little bit about what you observed? And again, reminding you not to mention any names. And to use the sheet of paper in front of you to help us follow your testimony. Thank you.
To make things clear, based on what you said, it's not the State House. It's Kanilai, but it's the same.
It's coming like protocol.
Some used to come just like protocols.
Maybe I invite, maybe I grill, I invite.
Those that you would normally invite for grills. Some also come to brew green tea.
Yeah,
that used to happen.
So let's maybe talk about the attire first. What was significant about women coming to brew attire for the former president?
They will brew it and take it to him.
Normally,
normally, if things were in order, we would be escorting taking it and giving it to the stewards. But if they brew it, he used to give order that let the women themselves take the attire to him.
Sometimes
also other people like soldiers who were men, they also brew the green tea.
But
when those people brew the attire, the stewards will come, collect the attire, and then we the orderlies, we would escort them to take it to him.
Like soldier tabi.
But if it is ladies like this, like female soldiers, they are the ones that brew it, they would take it themselves.
Is because if it is the stewards taking it upstairs, one of the orderlies would go with them. However, if it was specific women taking the attire, his order would be that no one should escort those women. Who would decide which woman would take the attire up to Yaya Jammeh?
He used to say, call so-and-so individual. Let her come and brew the green tea.
And how would you call these individuals? You mentioned that some of them were soldiers based at State House. Or is it Kanilai?
For Kanilai long.
Can you clarify which of the two residences we're talking about?
For Banjul State House.
Banjul normally plain clothes.
We are usually in Banjul as plain clothes.
But nakata Kanilai no normally mo bele kata.
But when he goes to Kanilai, everyone goes.
So was this happening at both State House in Banjul as well as Kanilai?
Banjul State House and in Kanilai.
No. State House, abuka taria only Kanilai long.
No, it was not frequent at the State House. It was only at Kanilai.
Sorry, it was not frequent at Kanilai, at State House, or it didn't happen at State House, only Kanilai?
Ako sila abuka ke bakele Banjul State House ba abuka taria kela je akake mensiata akake Kanilai le fodum akake nyadi le.
Kake Kanilai la ke Banjul. Tenga min kalamta.
It used to happen in Kanilai, not Banjul, according to what I am aware of.
And when these instances of brewing attire and taking it to the president, when those instances,
attire tabo ka tabi ka attire samba ateye ning aketa wato lumen.
What was going through your minds at the time? Because I'm trying to understand what is significant about this in this particular case.
Ako alafta lonele atefana lafta lonele wotembo muneka sababu muneke daliloti muneka onya.
Oh, okay, Teofulano, because normally that suto hanging hata katabi sutole.
Well, I cannot say exactly what that is because normally these attire brewing sessions used to happen in the night. Sometimes 2, 3, 4.
Even 10 o'clock, 11, 12,
sometimes 10 o'clock, 11, 12. It happens during all of these times.
But coming kata, ta follow min keta katu buka abedame.
But I cannot say what happened because where he was, was different from where we were. And except he gives instructions for any one of us to go there, we normally would not go.
Were there any occasions where you went upstairs at all?
For wato do luka sudule wato me alon ko ite fansi sele kata santo je mume ke bang.
During such instances, of course.
Ni ñon ko lu be caring.
That never happened.
Were there any rumors going amongst you, the soldiers, at that time as to what you believed was happening?
For ngulungulu kumolu betama kanjele atil dam mangulu tema alikono menu bije kata fo sojarolu ka fo nyin ku kari façon lebe kekan.
mo buka hani ko sifa di amatu minan tol bije bare maybe hani te funga yalo maybe sondo mo kono rek tike dele bare wato mo le buka hani kaddi ko sifa fo.
No one was brave enough to discuss that. Even if you had such thoughts in your mind, you just kept them to yourself. Nobody dared talk about these things.
At that time, you told us that even when Yaya Jammeh would lift up a white paper and say it was black, you would all say it was black.
Ako watu wotembo iko hani Yaya Jammeh hanae kaiti koyo wulindi akoyo nyimfintale dia fu adiate Maria mandie foya fa tonya nyimfintale hanna tara kaiti koyo lem.
Based on the environment at the time, if a person were to say no, is that something that could have been done by, for instance, other soldiers?
For soldier lumenu katarje fo soldier dolu si hanyo nyongo kelale bang.
Mo kalmare menyame nunje no malla mo be hanyila wala.
I was not aware, but I do not think that given the situation that we were in, that anybody will dare do such a thing.
To say no to Yaya Jammeh's request. Can you describe the situation that you were in? You told us about you as orderlies, but generally what was the situation for the other soldiers?
Aya fo nje Benjamin bare atel odleol be mem kono bar bitun sojar dol menu biji wul letara nyaaje be nyaadile
lafta prunga jam fa prayer clear tol odlil be damen tol katubungole kono.
I want to make this thing clear. For us, the odlis where we were was in a building.
The other soldiers were katubantale.
But the other soldiers were always outside.
Those that
were on guard duties, they will be in the guard room, and the others will be in other places. And if someone does not have any cause to come inside, normally no one would come in. Except he gives instructions to say that call so and so person, then one could enter.
I would like you to look at the list of names that you provided. Can you point to the numbers on this list? To give us an indication of the women that would brew attire or take attire up to the president.
Ataya tabo kije men ya lon ko kat ataya samba ate president way.
Number 6 say only say.
Number 6?
Number 8.
Number 8.
Say. Number 8.
Number 8. Sorry.
Do you have a pen with you? Can you just circle number 8?
Number 8 murum kalala.
9. 10. 12. 13. 14. 17. 18. 19. Yes, these were the ones that would take attire. These are the ones I'm aware of.
You already told us that on some occasions that sometimes a person would go up for about 5 minutes and return. On other occasions, person could go for a longer period, 30, 45 minutes. And you told us that this would sometimes happen very late at night. Around 10, 11 onwards. And
because my observation, that would be difficult because
I mean, London, Monatina K Nike had him Stivodoka Samba, then you don't let him, he told them Mayasam.
What I know is, why would it be the case that when a man brews the green tea, the stewards will take it to him? But if a woman brewed, she would be one taking it to him.
So what was going through your mind?
I was not thinking of anything, but I just took it that if a man and woman are inside a room together,
and
they spend a long time there, dul natanang
adiam ta kita wale fem fo o niwo natana we fem fo dulato.
If that one comes and says anything anywhere,
then I mean for maybe tonyalo,
then people will take it that perhaps what the person says is the truth.
And that is very important, Mr. Sanneh.
Mr. Sanneh.
Because we may hear evidence from some other individuals who might make certain allegations. So it is important for us to know what other people such as yourself observed. Including your views as to whether in some situations people could say no or accept what was happening. At any point in time, have any of the individuals who've gone up to the president unescorted confided in you about what happened there?
That never happened. Because when they went and came back, they will just return back and sit down and continue brewing their green tea. But if I told someone had spoken to me, then today I would have revealed it here. Because I never got close enough to the room to know exactly what was happening there.
Because and
I cannot also say that I have once seen him doing anything to anybody. And those people also, when they come out,
or maybe or maybe
they never say anything. I never also saw it maybe in the way they look or their mannerisms, or for them to confide to anybody as to what might have transpired while they were there.
And of course, as you know, it's difficult sometimes to tell just from looking at someone whether something's happened to them or not.
And tomorrow akakoleale Purka mojube tendorong yenyi mirako nyinkukar ni nyinkukar le tamata.
You also told us that there were some of the protocol officers
Bari yenyi mfanam fanya na kotumodo lu protocol officeru
who would come to the residence at very late in the night at odd hours.
Dolu kana bungotoje watol men kita wati dibiringulti chatara sokuta.
You told us that sometimes Yaya Jammeh would ask you or one of the orderlies to call somebody.
Tumodolu yenyi mfanam fako Yaya Jammeh asafo ite wala orderly do kurupuye modo kumandi.
In order for the person to go to the residence. Can you tell us about that?
That used to happen.
As I follow Kari Kili, ya connect Nidiam.
You could give instructions to say, call so and so person, connect the person, let me talk to the person.
Then
so after they have spoken, after some time,
that
one will call back to say, I am on my way coming, but I am coming along with so and so person. That used to happen.
Can you tell us around what time of the night this would happen?
Isa fono nyene suto wati jumalam wakake.
So akake talanta nimfula.
Sometimes 12.
Talan killing.
1 a.m.
Fula.
2 a.m.
Saba.
3 a.m.
Nani.
4 a.m.
Because
because while I was there, we did not have anything we call night. Every time we were there.
You said that sometimes you would call a particular individual in order to bring the person that Yaya Jammeh wanted to see, correct?
Tumodolu yenyu fuko tumodolu alisimo kumandi nyinkamala ayatamo kamanang Yaya Jammeh lafta menjela umari sitao kamanang ayanati walemba.
Can you look at your list and tell us who are some of the individuals that you would call in order to bring people to the residence late at night?
Sayen wo kaito balajube fo molu fanalu bijele men yalon ko tumodo la ka komandiro ke pour ibita melnu kamala nan kenati ya state house wo sutola kenati ala bunto wo sutola.
Killing
1.
Fula
2. My mind can recall these two for now.
You will also notice that the same names are repeated in the second section as 30 and 31.
Ibajila ko woto kilungulu sain kan kita wallale tansaba anin tansaba nin kilin jamutu.
So it's the same individuals that we're talking about. Their names are just listed twice for your information.
Amunta ateo mu kilungulu lonkato ito safeta si nyafula.
Ha nyumuflo ha.
Yes, these two individuals, yes.
And tansaba nimfula
32.
Wo ani wo kadiamle.
He used to talk with that one.
After he spoke to the person listed as number 32, what would happen subsequently?
Mem tansaba nimfula njaunti nani odia muta munekana ke wokola.
So wokanana ne nakanana njile.
That one used to come there.
Kome akabo Kombo jane watu ntolbe Kanelai.
That one used to live from the Kombo end here. At that time we were in Kanelai.
Aninyi Mwani say.
And number 28.
Ani wokanana.
They used to come along.
So number 32 would bring number 28 to Kanilai, is that correct?
Ako abele ko tansaba ni mfulanja ole kamuani sei njao nati Kanilai bang.
Ha. Yes.
And around what time of the night would that be?
Wakake suto wati jumale.
Wati doika futa nan talang killing.
Sometimes they will arrive at 1 a.m.
Wati doika ke talang fulati.
Sometimes 2 a.m.
And would the person listed as number 2 stay, or would he leave?
Ako membu number fulanjango nyinti. Akatujele bang fudunga te katale.
Akasijele domande akasaf maybe drinks fenkola soft drink la.
Number 2 will sit down there for something, maybe serve soft drinks. Then after that, number 2 will come out.
Number 2 or number 32?
Ako fulanjango bang futansa banim fulanjango.
Tansa banim fulanjango ni wo sita ni tansa banim fulanjango wo kanana nereka sije do
banta bankulu kambang suto asemeno natije.
It happened, but I did not see the name of that individual on this list.
Is that individual from this country or from a different country?
Ako womari munyimbanku dimuleti bang faka bonam bantala banko leka.
Bantala bankolo
comes out of the Gambia.
Can you write the name of that individual on the same page, but with an asterisk next to that name?
Ako is foisi omari to safe no le nyin kaito bala bitun ya to safe da men ato dala ye kalata ye fenkije na taman sero kije asterisk ko tubabul kafu nyamen.
I have written it down.
You mentioned that number 1 and number 2 who are also listed as number 30 and 31. Are the people that Yaya Jammeh would specifically request to bring the women to the residence? What was the role of these individuals? Or put differently, what kind of position did they hold at the time, generally speaking?
They were protocol officers.
During that time, where did they live?
They were residents here in the Combo.
Did they stay in State House or somewhere else?
State House le falla wala be State House ya bantale be dinkira dolto.
Banta. They were outside. But they spend a lot of time there also.
You mentioned that sometimes they would bring some women very late at night. Are there any names on this list that you recall?
Akoye ko tumodulu ka musulu natije suto bala fo tolu be o kayto bala le bay hakilo sibula menna.
3.
Nani.
4.
Lulu.
5.
Woro.
6.
Muani Woro.
28. 26.
Aning Muani Konondo.
And 29.
Have you ever interacted with person number 7 on your list?
Ako fo ni mo me yalon ko wolem woro wulan janguti kaito bala fo na mari ne la kudunta nyokuno ba.
No, I do not know this one.
For person number 6, do you recall how many times she came to the State House?
Ako woro njango nying fo hakilo sa mutale wen sinya jelle ke kana je aliaje.
Or the residents?
Kanilai ala bungutoje.
I watu. Ngalu ne konta kuntil no bara asiatale.
I know that I
watu minabije kanana ne watu nintata watu minabe janga kanana mbake.
I cannot count the number, but I know that there were many.
I'm referring to instances where she would come with either person number 1 or number 2.
Akabe mema wole mfu umari animudu sina me yalon ko wole number 1 ti foloti wala fulanjang.
Anin kilingo kanale.
She used to come with number 1.
Wati do fana anin fulanjang kana.
At other times also she would come with number 2.
So just so you're careful with that paper, maybe rest it on the table.
Akwesi hakilo to kaito to de membe laring isi abelaring tablo kanje.
So your recollection is that she came more than once.
Ila mira ro munyen ko anata jele men si ata sinya kilimuti.
You told us that sometimes when they would come, you would be the one to relay the message.
Ako yenyu fukutumolo lunibina itele fananka ikibaro futandi.
Were you at all present in the room at any point while these individuals were there?
Ni binala wala ni betala je alibele katara bungo kono je bang.
Ambele katara nimbe na nkasida me ni nata nangika ifananka si woleto.
Where we used to sit, when they arrive, they also sit there.
Then nga telephone ota wala nte wala modo.
Then we will pick up the telephone, either myself or another person.
Nga fire ko number killing one nata na aning luntango.
Then we'll pick up the telephone and inform him that number 1 has arrived with a visitor.
Wala number fulanjango nata nane.
Or number 2 has arrived
and
other people.
So my question is, were you ever in the room? When, for instance, person number 1 would bring, number 1 or number 2 would bring any of the women to the residence?
Watu men ate number 1 wale mfollow nyindi wala fulanjango isi musolu nati bungo konoji.
Nene bakatara konoto de barankatara nkasida misaroto nene mandung konoto be katara dami.
I never got inside where they were, but we were always we were inside at the palo.
During those instances, did you at any point see any inappropriate behavior taking place during those visits?
Itela taro wiche okonoje fo ye ku cross le wala ku je me ya lonka manke ku sobeti me ya lonko asakeje
nene mo think because mbuka futa je bida men kasi ndol kasi na saloto kasi je ban nene mbuka futa la kono je
I never saw that because I never got into the room. We always sit at our parlor.
In your statement, you state
we settle down,
then ngabula je then number killing wala number flow.
Then we leave the water there. Then number 1 or number 2.
Warning molie, aning maybe sometimes it all like a yeah, thank you.
And them and these other ones I told you about, sometimes they were always together.
I'm sorry, can you clarify that? You said either number 1 or number 2? With some of the individuals that you've already marked on the paper, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Apart from that, did you observe anything else on those occasions?
No, I did not observe anything.
Can you sign and date the sheet of paper in front of you? As we discussed earlier, you can only tell us what you observed from the outside. And hopefully that will allow the commission to understand what other people will testify about. Can I ask the usher to retrieve the paper? Mr. Chairman, I will seek to admit this as exhibit number 0092, which would be relevant as well for subsequent testimonies.
Request granted. Did you say 0092? Well, we had 93 yesterday. Did we? Oh, my memory.
I was just given 92.
91. And that's all right. Are you retrieving ours as well?
Sorry?
Are you retrieving?
Yes, if you can just put it down on the table, I'll ask the usher to retrieve it now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
0992 is granted. Thank you.
Mr. Sanneh?
Yes.
Mr. Sanneh?
You told us that you remained as Yaya Jammeh's orderly until 2014.
For 2014.
Apart from the abuses that you've testified about, did anything happen to you while you were serving as an orderly?
Yes, it happened.
Please tell us about it.
2012 kono.
In 2012,
April karo kono.
I remember it was in the month of April.
State House in Santoje.
I was at State House upstairs.
General Martin nata switchboard or call.
General Martin came and put a call through the switchboard. By then, I was doing cleaning with the cleaners inside Jammeh's house.
talantaning ngaje ko talantaning maybe 10 or 11 mafongolo.
This could be around 10 or 11 if I can remember.
One oddly telephone receiver
one oddly received the telephone and told me that he came running to me and told me, go and answer to Martin. He said you should go and see him immediately.
So
that's how I came down.
Martin, you know, I called Koteke.
When I arrived at the stairs, Martin made another call.
So Milbe Santo Koteke Martin go abina.
So those who received the call upstairs told Martin that, well, the person you called is coming downstairs.
To Martin
before I can open the door from upstairs to come outside and meet Martin, the moment I opened the door, then he hit me on the back of my head. He scolded me and pulled me out. There are steps which I was descending and he pushed me on those steps. So that's how we came down together up to the downstairs. When you are coming downstairs, because Yaya's office is upstairs, but if the curtains are open, if you look through the window, you can see him standing there and watching. I saw him standing there.
Martin
Martin scolded me and pulled me out, so we were coming.
Captain Nuhabaji. And you to main gate.
They came to the main gate.
And in military police member State House, Sergeant Job Obe sitting on my right.
The military police officer at State House, Sergeant Job, sat on my right hand side.
Then I
cannot remember the driver's name, but he ignited the vehicle. So they took me straight to the NIA. When I arrived at the NIA,
I
was still handcuffed. Martin pulled me out of the vehicle and they just took me to a cell. It's the cell when, after entering the NIA headquarters, it is on the left-hand side. When going there is a corridor there.
Then Fenko Nying Bunda Ne Bundalong.
It's an iron door painted black.
Then I nailed sort of nefla, I cross nefla sort of a cross ring.
And there are two irons crossed on the door.
I padlock also padlock yele.
And there are padlocks too, but I saw them open the padlocks.
And yenyuri e bunda ile damerek.
So when they opened the door, they pushed me. They pushed me inside and I went in. They locked me up there. That place was very dark.
Palantero tijebare hole bije ika unding olika light you demanding maybe nani ni manyina ino nani barika.
There are no. There are no windows there, but there are small holes through which, if you peep, you can see light the reflection of light from some areas.
saferol be siaring woro bala modol saferol keje.
There are many things written on the wall. People wrote certain things on the wall.
Duma concrete frankole bije floor long.
And on the ground there is a concrete floor.
Ifonkaje le sumunal be bije sumunal be siaring dulalto.
You can see urine anywhere in the room there, in the cell there.
Like ninkabo ala waramam ba ni sifa ya akuntutale.
Like the big size of bottles like this, but they cut it in half. You can see that these things are filled with urine. But also on the floor is all wet with urine. When I went in there, I found a curtain there, but I think somebody placed that curtain there, but even that curtain was wet. They put me in there and left me there like that.
Around I was there till around 2 p.m. They came and opened the door. They took me into another room. The former DG, deputy,
the former Director General Luis Gomez,
and then one Mr. Jobate Malong, actually the name, but I know the son name is Jobate Abe NIA.
There was one NIA officer, I cannot remember the name, but his son name is his son name is Jobate.
Can you describe Jobate?
Ako foi si Jobate kalango fono bang mo mnyadi lem.
Kefingolong.
He's dark in complexion.
Kefingolong.
He's dark in complexion. Well, not very well built. At the time they told me that the president said, you are the person who removes the firing pins from his guns. I said, that's not true. They told me that the president also said that you stole his money. I said, that's not also true.
So, in Atalang, you know, Imam Major Fangol, Imam Fenf Kenya, Imam Batandi, you know, Yen Katin Neven Jubekam because, you know, by looking in Jubenyame, Imam Batandi, Imam Fenfonia, and Nami for Inko Tonyati.
They didn't worry me, they were just looking at me after I replied to their questions. Well, that's all what happened there.
So, but Martin Bioma Fongola, General Martin.
But Martin was around the area.
Can you tell us General Martin's first name?
General Martin, Foya Tofolo Nebang.
Alaji Martin.
Alaji Martin.
And at that time, what position did he hold, or which part of the army was he in?
Awotembo Palas le Babulu, rank wala be sojaru la bunda jumalela.
Tell him Fiancotinum, PPO.
He was the PPO.
What does PPO stand for?
PPO Kotomumuneti.
Personal Protection Officer.
Personal Protection Officer. That's what PPO stands for.
Does that mean he worked at the State Guard?
Well, I mean the State Guards lekono.
Like the president of Betakanda, Teleka Signato thing.
Yes, like he is the person who sits near the president. Wherever the president stops, he's the guy who opens the door for the president.
And so what happened after you saw him at the NIA?
So I saw him around, but these people came back and took me back into the cell.
So, for Suto,
I was there till General Baji came there.
Anin Nuha Baji.
With Nuha Baji.
Anin Mo Fulabari Wol Mawol Long.
Plus 2 other people, but I don't know those 2 people.
Which General Baji are you referring to?
Sol Baji.
Okay, he said he's referring to General Sol Baji.
So they came to the NIA around 2 or 3 in the morning?
So I called Nata NIA talang fula kata talang sabakang suba.
Nata nande bundani yeta.
When they came, the door was opened.
So watu ni uniform of Mintataje.
At that time, the uniform I went with,
inform like ngafole Pakistan kamole woti.
This is the type of uniform, we call it the Pakistan camouflage, but it was a thick one.
So barjani be mundila je ngole du so yen handcuff.
That was what I was wearing, but before they took me out, I was handcuffed again.
Yen samba je NIA kono bundole biye.
They took me to another room inside the NIA premises there. You have some steps at the door of that room. I climbed up. When I arrived there, my trouser, they said, let me take off my trousers, and I took off my trousers. They took off my handcuffs and took off my shirt too, and I was naked.
After
then they returned the handcuffs on my hands again.
When they took off your trousers as well as your shirt, were you still wearing clothes at that point? Such as undergarments?
Well, I had on short underwear, but those things were taken off too. I became naked.
Can you tell us what happened?
They returned the handcuffs on my hands. But they didn't put on the light inside that room.
Take it from a kid. Mimfama hani fentuaja.
General Baji be anin telefono ni akili abediamo anin ya Jammeh.
General Baji was talking to Yaya Jammeh on the phone. Because I recognized the voice.
So ako
Mimfama hani fentuaja. I'm getting it all is soul man muka hani fenetualeja. Albeni la
asking me why do I have to remove the firing pin from the guns. I said to him that that has never happened, or it's not me, I've never done it. And he also asked me, why do you take his money? I said it has never happened.
I
heard Yaya Jammeh talking to General Baji saying that he was speaking to them he was speaking to General Baji in Jola. What he said in Jola, he was what he said in Jola was that make things hot on him.
So
that's the time they started beating me up. They had rubber whips which they were using on me.
belar nyamete ni mako do be jang ko
there are marks on my back which they inflicted on me on that day.
The other people wole jola xamol ka jola xamole fo mamil souté wol ka jola xamole fo.
The two people I didn't recognize were speaking in Jola.
You told us about Alaji Martin earlier. Was he present in the room while you were being tortured?
Alaji Martin yala kumo funun komando abe bungo kono le wato men ibe tajire ya kan wotu modum.
Hani ate man taraje wolum o suto.
No, he was not there that night.
And from what you've said, it is Yaya Jammeh who ordered that Solbaji and others torture you.
Yeah.
Akoya fo nyamenten amunta Yaya Jammeh nyin kamudi Solbaji ni wo mol la pour ye tajire ya.
And after he said make it hot for him, they started torturing you.
And umbira ko en alikulu kandi ndia kan wotumolo ye tajire ya damuta ke ilipa.
How long did that go on for?
Oduye wati jelleta ilawo ke kai tajire ya wonya wati jelleta.
Mbijere for almost ngalne 45 kata 1 hour mafongola.
It took about 45 minutes to 1 hour.
Apart from what they were using to hit you, did they do anything else to you?
Hana manke wo fole ulu menu be bulu be lipa kanala foi kudo kela leban.
Because
they were just hitting me because I was lying down on the floor. My legs were not tied or cuffed. I was there, but Nuhabaji was also there.
General Baji funtita amantraja funtita domandinga atebe banta.
General Baji went out and he was outside the cell, the room.
For Ameta, then Natanang.
Until after some time, they came back.
Back to Katambundi cell.
They took me back into the cell. They took me back, or my things, my belongings. They threw them to me inside the cell. Then they took off my handcuff, but they returned me into the cell.
That day,
when I went in there that day, I didn't eat anything.
The third day, I remember it
was the third day that I had to drink water.
2 guards NIA.
There were 2 guards at the NIA who took pity on me.
Because
I think they were on night duty. They are the people who gave me some water.
That
was the third day. I can remember the other one's surname. It was Sawane. A tall person. There was another man. The second person was my namesake called Yusupha Kujabi. They are the people who offered me some water. That was the third day. They were on duty that day. Just after the evening prayers.
How long did you spend at the NIA? For how long were you detained?
I remember on the 12th of April long.
I can remember it was on the 12th of April.
On the 29th.
If I can remember, I was there until the 29th of May. That was the day I was released.
Because on the 30th,
if I can remember,
among clear about in a cloning, not dimino backbone netty. But among clear print le, but among clear tenal be date jelly.
Yeah, this is the scanning I took about my backbone, but it's not clear. But had it been clear, I would have seen the date written on it.
Chubanol, olungo biriam bula chubanol milbe State House je wallen samba.
The day I was released, it was the Cubans who were at State House who took me along.
Yen samba laptano because
they took me to the hospital because
of because
I was suffering much from my back.
Was that the first time that you received any kind of medical assistance after you were tortured?
Lipa wolem sinya foloti bang ye jara ro soto
wole keta sinya foloti kabiri yem bula rek lungo minna yem bula.
That was the first time I received treatment after I was released.
Because Yembulas inatan kambajela around 8 o'clock.
They came for me there around 8 o'clock at night.
8 kata 9 kang inatan kambajes.
8 to 9. They came for me at the NIA.
Then the following day, some from the State House.
I was taken to State House. So the following day. That's the time when I went with this Cuban doctor to the RVH.
So during your detention at the NIA, you did not receive any medical assistance, correct?
I had no treatment or any medical attention.
You told us that the cell you were placed in is on the left-hand side after you enter the NIA premises.
Yes, yes.
From which entrance are you talking about? Is it the one on Marina Parade or different?
Marina Parade.
That's the main gate from the Marina Parade side. The moment you enter, it's on the left-hand side of the compound.
So while you were detained at the NIA for over 2 weeks, were any members of your family arrested?
Yes, my father and my mother. They were arrested from C4 and brought along. And were brought to the NIA. They spent 2 weeks at the NIA.
On the 12th April, 29.
Well, I think I spent from the 12th of April to the 29th of May, I was with the NIA. So they brought in my father and my mother and detained them also, and they were detained there also.
But
I didn't know, whilst I was there, I was not aware that my mom and dad were brought there.
At that time.
To say that they were detained there at that time, I was not aware of that.
For
till after I was released,
in bring a call can explain
that was the time after I was released. I made a call, but my brother told me that, well, our dad is here, but he's not well.
So then
we spoke through the telephone. My dad told me that they came and were arrested there too. And when they were taken to the NIA, they were threatened with guns. Guns were pointed at them and were asked, what did your son give you? The same thing applies to my mother. My mom is blind, she doesn't see.
So
And she was also arrested.
Ya batandiji.
And she was given tough time there.
Mfamanata ya bering mfamanata ubulare kino mfamanata sasa I stroke soto.
When they released my father, he became sick and he suffered from a stroke.
Hanisa wo jararo mbola tenting hanisa man kendi abake.
Up to this day, we are still treating him, but he is not still quite well.
How old were your parents when they were arrested? If you can give us an estimate of how old they were at the time.
Nisa yirikano droila miro to etesa mira ifa sanji jelle soto tumo wa aniba.
Briben fama mutala ambaje ko abe tala 80 soto lale.
Well, when my father was being arrested, I think he was around 80 years.
Mama be maybe 65 nyol mafam.
My mother will be around 65 years at the time. And this was what they explained to me.
After you were released, did you return to your duties as an orderly?
Biri yebula, enata murila do kola le bankake orderly oti.
Biri yembula rek yemurundi koteke Tata State House.
When I was released, they returned me back to State House again.
General Baji le nata yenkamba.
General Baji came to collect me.
Anim drive for me a drive nim akiloba khane Lieutenant Sow.
The driver he came with was is called Lieutenant Sow.
Wole natana rek yen samba.
They came and took me.
Natana yen samba straight State House je.
They took me straight to State House.
Seleta barmang ndenta first floor to dumaje.
I climbed up, but I stopped at the first floor.
Bije
I was there. Yajame himself came down.
This is nothing.
He came and looked at me and spoke to me in English and said, "This is nothing."
I hold on,
That's what he told me. That's the only thing he told me.
How did you feel after everything you had gone through?
Saying
having to go back and work for Yaya Jammeh as an orderly at State House, as well as what he said to you. How did it make you feel?
It's just like somebody who doesn't have any other chance. Because I was scared at that time. And that my fear was still increased. I said to myself, let me remain here and pray to Allah. Because I remembered one thing in mind. He says that wherever you go in the world, he used to say that. He used to say that, saying that he is capable of reaching anybody wherever you go in the world.
So,
I was scared because of that.
But
I knew that where I was is not a good place.
You told us earlier that you remained an orderly to Yaya Jammeh until 2014. So you continued to serve for another 2 years. Can you tell us the circumstances that led to your departure from that position?
I was there after that detention. I was there working still, but he reduced his interaction with me. I think it went until 6 months. 6 months. He started again.
You know,
he started getting very aggressive with me.
You know, so
I was still taking it easy. I was still bearing.
You know, but
I knew in my heart that
among, you know, among coming
how he was doing things. I personally knew that.
You know,
I have to find a way and leave that place.
2014 kono,
because in 2014,
I think April kono,
I think in the month of April,
I demoted.
He demoted me
from second lieutenant.
From second lieutenant
kata W01
to the position of W01.
So after September fanankono.
After September,
I demoted koteke, but
I was demoted again. And made me a couple. But I realized that he was getting more and more aggressive. The threats that he used to tell me,
my dad na frebe kelale ba ko wulo na frebe ba na frebe mbonna silo kan ko wulo moto komi moto na wulo taki.
He told me that my dead body will be picked on the street like if a vehicle crosses a dog.
So latin fanam fanata nga jube fanam kul kata nyame.
So I also looked at the way things were going. And his government itself, how it was going. Then I said, this thing will not last again.
So what chance on tamata, you know, America.
That's the time I had the chance of going to America. Still I was an orderly there.
So ning barwato fana ning one orderly long Aliu Sanyang.
But still I was with another orderly called Aliu Sanyang.
And I will thank him bala until ba nindikang. I will cut and dimbala nimuka.
He attached that orderly to me so that I can train that one.
So ni wona tamanyola ka watu minantata America.
So we went together on the trip to America. When we reached America, I put down all his things together and left them for him. I came downstairs, that's the way I left him there. There was a friend of mine who was living there. I went to that friend. I called him and I went to him and sat at his place. That's how I ended up with him.
Mr. Sanneh, thank you very much for answering my question. I believe this would be a good place to stop and allow the commissioners to ask additional questions if they have any. And then you can make your final statement. Mr. Chairman, I hand over to you.
Consul ko ay kumo sawunde ay koludi siranti ba famala walam chairmanoti.
Thank you very much, Chairman Council, and thank you very much, Mr. Sanneh, for your testimony.
Chairman ko inumbara bake council inumbara bake Mr. Sanneh ila sede yaro kan.
I'm sorry again for the suffering that you endured.
Ako isi haketu yebata mentaki wakamala abe hakedanila.
Before I turn to the commissioners, if they have any questions, just have one small one.
Ako jannabe kamudi la commissioner la pour ñinin kate fanna ya fansu ñinin kare ndingo soto.
During President Jammeh's time,
Ako President Jammeh la wato,
it would seem that there were 3 items that were symbols of his presidency.
Ku sababije amunta atela president ya tamansi romu wolleti.
The stick that he carried,
Akaw doko men mutabulo kono,
the prayer beads,
tasabayo men katarabulu,
and the Quran.
aninga kawo Quranu men mutabulu.
What contacts have you had with him on these 3 items? Did the orderlies clean them? Did the orderlies organize them? Did he read the Quran in the middle of the night and stopped at one surah and dropped a piece of paper and needed to continue? Did you have anything to do with any of these 3 items?
Nyin fen sabolu meno aye foteng alla odli ya kono wala ayitening odli kotengulu fali kusotole alikam men ke wulu labang wala nyinti ke fita ke seneyandi wala alke topoto wala alsike ku multimensi kutamandi wala karola fodum aka alquranu karanne wato dul fo aka ke nyaado nyama na ka ke nyawnyandi nyama alimune soto wokoto.
Thank you.
Akoy numbara
barka nga ngumwele.
Thank you, I've had that.
Ala sword kami mutamuro nying.
The sword that he holds in his hand.
Wo moka ntol buka funding alafta ka Quran on ka fole ko puru kan tankarangolo.
Because we all know that the Quran is for protection.
Kamara aka mutawale kamba.
I think that's why he holds the Quran.
Pare coming kaje coming karang.
But to say that he reads it, no. I have realized that, I've seen that in him. He doesn't read the Quran. The third thing, the prayer beads. He likes to hold that in his hand every time. But if he is going to anywhere and he forgets the prayer beads back, he will call me and say, go and bring this thing for me. Then we'll bring it and give it to him. If there's anything to do with these 3 things, this is the only thing we have.
Yeah. You cannot confirm whether or not the Quran was a real one. There are some people I know around the world who work with them or who go around with gospels pretending that they are real gospels when it's really an empty box with the cover of the gospel that they are pretending for it to be. Did he carry a real Quran?
Ako, Quran no, for Quran sobe olem. Katu molo sotonta dunia kono. Melu ka buko mutai ka dadale ko nyimu dina buko leti. Yo bari bitun satara yara fenken sengolom fenfente konoto ika mute bulo kono wonya inaka yai. Bari fo ite nyi silo sotole ka korosi ko nyimu al-Quran tonya leti bang.
Watu nta fulano.
I cannot say that at that time.
Katu watu mang fahama dino man dino la kujama long.
Because I myself I was not well versed in the religion.
But America.
But when I went to America, that's the time when I came to know a lot of things about the religion. That will I would have known, because if you open the Quran,
the different signs signatures
because if you open the cover, you will see the different writings, the scholars and the producers or those who wrote that particular Quran. When we were there, we didn't have the daring mind to open the Quran and look. At that time, I cannot say whether it was a Quran or a book or whatever it was. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. If you have any questions.
Chairman ko numbara sign commissioner lunim nyinin kar soto.
Deputy Commissioner, you have the floor.
Deputy Commissioner, Deputy Chair, will be in Kala.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sanneh.
Mr. Sanneh.
I have 4 questions. The first one
following
is related to the incident with the persons who were described as mercenaries. Are you able to give us an estimate of the distance? Or of the time it took to travel from the place where the incident took place to Alakunda Junction or to the back gate of Jammeh's fence?
I know that the road Silo Nying walang kata Bambarang abe Jemela kang ala kankangola dendangole bala Silo bo mafangol.
The road that goes to Bambarang is just by the side of Jammeh's Gardens or Jammeh's Gardens fence. The road is just by that fence.
Kata Bambarang kang
towards Bambarang.
Okay. Anum Manfuta Bambarang fana na satela.
And also we didn't reach the village of Bambarang.
Arngalu na manjam fa jema fana manjam fa ba because birum botana nje kananang jandimbe fence osotola amang wo jam fa ba.
But I also know that Bambarang wasn't far away from where we stopped because on our way back it was a short distance before we reached the fence.
Thank you. The second one relates to when you were told that the country was under threat from an attack by Casamance rebels or from Senegalese soldiers. When you went on patrol, did you encounter any of these? The Casamance rebels or the Senegalese soldiers?
Biral tata patrol la wala mal tata kandarola wo Casamance rebelul wala Senegal sojarul alnate jele bang
wodene man soto.
That has never happened.
Ring patrol ke nyawnya bantene nene mang beng nene ma wo sin soto.
We've done our patrols on occasions, but we've never seen anything like that.
3 instead of 4. How could you perform as a soldier? If you were living in fear, or if you did not sleep at night.
It will be a very difficult thing. Before a soldier will become an effective soldier, you will have to sleep and have enough sleep. But you are sitting down and you cannot sleep. And you don't know what will happen to you today or tomorrow. You are always living in fear, like that you are sitting thinking of what will happen to me today or something. Anything can happen to me today or tomorrow. Living like that is very, very hard. It's tough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman
Commissioner Samba, you have the floor, please.
Commissioner Samba le lafte nyinin kala.
Mr. Kamara.
Mr. Kamara. Mr. Sanneh.
Mr. Sanneh ken. Lafte nyinin kala kuma kilini la nko fo watu mina yaya Jammeh ka nyembe ke mo sunkutu ndewol ka ataya Samba e sante ka jindi duma. Fala muso wole.
Well,